Hey guys, welcome into the Plex. Again, I'm Spencer Ball. He's JP Berry. We've got hockey in just about an hour as Coastal Carolina travels to Irmo to take on the Gamecocks. JP, you excited for this one?
Is
can
he
talk.
good? Oh, okay. Yeah, I
Yeah.
sound good.
I mean, we'll get a little more into it,
Yeah.
of course, as when we
The
start. But
regularness of life is just too much for me to bear. Is that
our
good?
our one viewer Just doing a little mic check here, making sure the stream is working, because if it's not, we're about to restart this whole thing and get it all fixed. Okay, we'll be right back soon.
Kind of a crazy song.
Yeah. Good evening and welcome to the Plex out in Irmo, South Carolina. We've got the last game of 2024 here for you in just a moment. 2024 has been such a special year to South Carolina, winning the national championships earlier in the year. They've had a really great start to their season so far, and they've got another test tonight as they host Coastal Carolina again. The calendar is flipped to December, last game of the year. I'm Spencer Ball, joined by JP Barry. I mean, this is just ripe for action here, but JP, South Carolina's been struggling a little bit as of late.
They have, dropping 2 games to Tennessee, although they did win the coveted Battle at the Park against NC State and a big win there. But, yeah, getting swept in a College Hockey South double, a weekend series, both here and in Knoxville. A little bit tough. Now they move on to this ACHA versus AAU matchup to try and get some momentum heading into next semester.
And speaking of next semester, I mean, South Carolina starts it off with 2 games in Athens, the current #1 team in College Hockey South. What would a win tonight mean to really get them going, get some rest against 2 games that could really swing the tide in the College Hockey South race?
I mean, it makes you feel good going into the break. I mean, everybody loves the holiday season, but the holiday season means a little bit more when you go into it riding the high of a big win. You can do that today against a team from, they always brand every social media post with Own the State. Get an opportunity here to play against Coastal Carolina in what should be a nice showing of both teams before they head off to their respective conference plays.
Absolutely, and South Carolina has done a great job of owning the state in previous years. Again, we'll see if they can do that against Coastal Carolina in just a few moments. The players are behind us warming up, and we've even are celebrating a senior tonight. We'll have all that and more just after a quick break. And we're back here at the Plex again. We've got a fun night of hockey ahead of us. I'm Spencer Ball, joined by JP Barry. JP, where else would we be on a Friday night in Irmo?
Yeah, there's really no other reason to go to Irmo.
Oh.
But being serious, I mean, it's a big-time opportunity. It's a great way to send off the semester. Last day of classes today. So everybody's, working towards the long, long weekend.
Yeah, and the long-awaited break that not only the skaters are going to get, we're going to get. Hopefully everybody else is getting at least some semblance of a holiday break, as I'm sure everybody needs it. But again, let's get back to some hockey. South Carolina is going to honor Zach List, a graduating senior, here in just a moment. But JP, before we get to that, would you tell us a little bit about the visiting Chanticleers and maybe their starting lineup, good friend?
Yeah, I can definitely do that. Starting on the blue line, you have Michael Santinelli and Turner Sambrook.
Number 5 and number 27. Then in your forwards, you got number 8, Liam Walsh. Number 19, Connor Pacheco. And number 93, Zach Neron. And, we don't have a lot of stats available for old CCU down in Conway, South Carolina. But they won the ACCHL tournament last year. They're a member of the ACHA. Not a team to be taken lightly.
They certainly aren't. Again, we talked to their assistant coach who said that, they hadn't really played any conference games yet, which is why it was hard to find stats online for them because the ACCHL had not quite put them in yet. So, again, we're going to do the best we can tonight, but now for the home team. Starting in net, it's Pete Papadopoulos. The blue line is Drew Henderson and Ian Hoover. Up front, Zach List, Jake Piscar in center, and Nick Kay joining them. And again, it's always fun seeing cock hockey back in town. It's a great way to end the semester. Again, we've mentioned that South Carolina didn't have a great weekend, at least not against the Ice Falls. They took down NC State 6-2 in Charlotte at Truist Field in the Battle of the Ballpark. It was really an awesome, just spectacle, I would say.
Yeah, no, it was a great win sandwiched between two unfortunate losses. Of course, the one at the Plex, you heard yours truly, and it was just a tough loss. And then you go to Knoxville and get blanked. I mean, 3 games, 3 states, 3 days, hard for anybody.
It's incredibly hard. You would have liked to have the one at the Plex back. You would have liked to have won that one, then the one at the Battle of the Ballpark. Well, you would have liked to win any of them. Let's get that straight. But if you were to pick one to lose, you definitely, your third game in 3 days, you'd be okay maybe dropping one in Knoxville. Again, it just didn't work out on Friday night as they fell to the Vols. Was it 5-4, JP? And it's an absolute barn burner. We've seen a lot of those this year. But that's not surprising. South Carolina has scored the most goals in College Hockey South. They have the highest point differential at 53 not only in College Hockey South, but in the AAU Division I. I mean, this team gets after it on the offensive side, and, their defense does a good enough job kind of holding this aggressive style together.
Yeah, and as they unfurl the carpet, I think it's about time for our kind of, early senior night. Of course, a December graduate.
Yeah, and this is something we're not used to, JP. I think this is our first December grad we've seen since we've been here. So it's been a while. But, of course, the honoree, Zach List. JP, you want to speak a little bit about the touted senior?
Well, number 21, the senior, 4 points on the season, but he does a lot more than just on the stat sheet. I mean, a gritty player who gets down and dirty. A senior from West Palm Beach, Florida, played hockey for 19 years and hit a awesome goal to tie the game last year in the Nationals tournament against Tampa in the semis.
Yeah, and that's just one of the memorable moments about Zach List. Again, a guy who really rises to the occasion. And, of course, we're going to be sad to see him go. But, JP, you couldn't have ended on a better note, bringing home the national championship in March. But, you've got the ability to add another win under his belt, taking down Coastal Carolina.
Yeah, it's a nice uniform matchup. Of course, Coastal Carolina in the teal. And then Jake Pushkar also being honored. They didn't say anything about that. That would be kind of a shocking loss for this.
Yeah,
Carolina team.
we only went by what we had on the Instagram stories,
Yeah.
which is limited, I would say. We only knew that Zach List was graduating. So if Jake Pushkar is graduating, of course, we will let you know on our roster. He's listed as a junior, so it'd be a bit of an early grad there, JP. But
Yeah, there's always grad school.
that's very true. That is very true. Something I don't think are in the cards for either of us right now.
No, that's kind of pointless for journalism.
Sure is. We're going to get into the national anthem.
After they announced the starting.
True. I saw the lights going out. Thought they were sending it to the anthem. They're going to do the lineups, of course. We've already done that. So we're going to give you a little bit more hockey talk. When South Carolina comes back, JP, they're going to be taking on High Point here at home. Then I believe they go to Greenville, the wrong Green. They go to Greenville to play Clemson, and then it's that 2-game away set against Georgia. So a bunch of tough games coming up, JP. But, I mentioned the Palmetto Cup played on the ice, of course, against South Carolina and Clemson. JP, what's been up with the Tigers as of late?
Well, my mom had a very interesting discovery because she was like, I haven't heard anything about Clemson hockey.
My mother, a big Clemson fan.
Well, also, let's mention last year was Clemson's most successful, and since we don't know when.
Exactly. I mean, they made the Nationals tournament. They were awesome.
Yeah.
And so the fact that, every time I check the standings, they haven't played a game, and I'm like, that's odd. So my mom, is like, hey, what's going on with Clemson? Like, I haven't seen anything about their hockey team. I'm like, I'll look into it. Lo and behold, you do some digging on the internet, find out that they were suspended for this semester to hold any kind of athletic activities due to damages caused to an Airbnb last December. Maybe that was hanging over their head that whole spring. But they finally, the hammer came down. They were supposed to be suspended this entire year, counting next semester as well. They were able to whittle it down. But, just only in club hockey.
Certainly a weird scenario, but the Palmetto Cup might be one of their first games back. Now that the starters are done, we're going to get to the anthem. We'll be right back.
I mean, doesn't that just fire you up?
Sure does. Our weekly or bi-weekly Plex National Anthem just gets you going. The guys under the American flag bang on the barn walls, get the crowd fired up. And speaking of the crowd, JP, we've gotten rather accustomed to it. It is a packed one at the Plex. We'd expect nothing less on a Friday night. Perfect time for hockey. And it's cold on the ice, JP, but it's finally cold outside. Feels like hockey weather. Great time to throw on a sweater, lace up the skates, and,
Play some hockey.
Play some hockey. Let's do that hockey.
And the uniform matchup, all black for South Carolina, those classic script jerseys. Going up against a uniform I'm quite fond of looking at here for Coastal Carolina. It's kind of a khaki jersey with the Chanticleer logo on it, paired with teal numbers, teal stripes, and I think the white stroke around it and the white, I think it looks nice.
I think it's reminiscent, as Coastal wins the opening faceoff, it's reminiscent of the Gamecocks national championship jerseys, just maybe a bit of a little more brown rather than cream. But again, I really like it. It allows South Carolina to wear their all blacks. Now let's get into it. South Carolina controls as it'll get sent up off the board. Zach List, hot on pursuit, maybe looking for a little senior night goal. His last time lacing up the skates for South Carolina. Wouldn't that be something? But it's Coastal, and Peter Papadopoulos registers the first save of the game.
Yeah, and for Papadopoulos this year, just his second start, 3 goals allowed average with a save percentage just under 900. The Morris Plains, New Jersey native getting the starting pipe for the last game before Christmas break.
He sure does. It's going to be Sawyer Tantliff, the starting center for the Chanticleers, lining up under center. John Riggins face him. Coastal wins. Shots deflected before it gets into Papadopoulos. Off the boards, Coastal gets a deflection out in front. Riggins racing away. He leads all Division I skaters in points with 33, and he's second in goals with 17. It has been a true star season for him. Tantliff has it. He gets it to his left. Pad save, Papadopoulos. Riggins lays out Tantliff, and South Carolina comes away with it in their own zone. So they finally are able to clear, but it's going to be Coastal and Santinelli racing back to just go retrieve the puck. Brendan Flaherty has it. He gets it to his left as South Carolina enters the zone. Just kidding. They get it over to Adam Feldman. After touching up, they were going to go offsides. They don't here. They're just going to send it up the boards and opt for a change. Santinelli sends it around for the chance. Flaherty fires on, catches a body first. Glove save by Shapiro, his first of the night.
You know, something I'm really interested in for South Carolina, you know, these recent games where they've struggled, they have not been able to carry it into the offensive zone cleanly. You know, if they can start getting that right, maybe, you know, start generating some good chances early.
You know, I definitely think you're on to something there. South Carolina, they do a better job of holding on to the puck, maybe avoid some costly turnovers as well. That would be good to get them back in the win column. And again, you know, we're talking about one bad weekend. The team is still 12-4-2 on the season. Another great showing. It's good for fourth in College Hockey South, third in overall AAU Division I rankings as Papadopoulos covers up on a puck that just found its way to him off the boards. 18:07 left in the first period. JP, what have you seen from Coastal? You know, they've got a couple, maybe not solid chances, but I think they're doing a better job of managing the puck so far.
Well, they're not shying away from the challenge presented here, going out of conference on the road, playing the defending national champions of this AAU league. And they're up to the task for the physicality so far, especially.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with them so far. Again, not even 2 minutes in, but just want to give the chance the credit where it's due. South Carolina won that faceoff. Papadopoulos comes out, defended against the boards, and the president, Ronan Mulcairn, goes back to retrieve it. He'll skate it forward, gets it up to his left. That's Colin Reed. He enters the offensive zone, and South Carolina might look to set up here. He gets it back to Mulcairn on the blue line. Off Reed's body, he's still got it. Gets it up to Tommy Marvin. Cross-ice pass, shot just whiffed on by Wilkins. Coastal's going to launch it down. Player catches it in the offensive zone, but Reed, a heads-up play to get back and make it a little uncomfortable. South Carolina has it. A big pass just right into the body of Marvin. Coastal intercepts it. They get a real chance here, and Coastal strikes first. It's a goal from Seamus Reardon, the center, and the Chanticleers jump out to a 1-0 lead.
Well, you know, it's what's plagued South Carolina in the first period of nearly every game this season. Being lazy with the puck in your own zone. And it was put up on a silver platter for Coastal. You know, it looked like it might drift a little bit too out in front of the skater in the slot, but he's able to just kind of get it over to his friend on the wing, and he just rifles it past Papadopoulos, coming right after an opportunity where Josh Wilkins fanned on a one-timer that would have easily beat Shapiro if it was on target. Tough break for Carolina.
Really is, and I think Mulcairn tried to do a little too much with the pass. It caught the body of Tommy Marvin, and then it just kind of let Coastal in the back door, and a 3-on-1 is just never where you want to leave your goalie and your last defender. So again, Coastal has a 1-0 lead here. South Carolina looks to answer. It finds its way back to Shapiro, who covers up.
And that's huge for Coastal Carolina. Of course, you know, a galaxy brain take to say, yeah, scoring early is good, but I mean, you're really kind of taking the wind out of the sails of the Plex crowd.
Especially, again, we don't know much about Coastal, but you got to assume they're the underdogs here. Again, I've seen on Twitter they lost 2 to UNCW. Again, don't know the most about their hockey program, as I don't know if we've ever played them, at least not during our tenure. But, coming into the Plex and scoring in the first, 3 minutes, something to be proud of and something you can definitely build on. South Carolina's going to have to kind of get into shape here, not let this get any worse than it already is. As Clavin works it forward after the face-off win. Taken away by Coastal. They'll try and work it forward into neutral ice, but it's cut out by Nick Kay. Pass over there looking for the graduate. Zach List doesn't quite find him. Again, a little bit of just back and forth there. This is Bonsukin with it. Plays it off a Shant skate, but it falls to South Carolina again. Zach List over to Bonsukin. Falls back to Papadopoulos, who will just knock it down. Coastal goes for a line change. South Carolina looks to do the same. They'll chip it forward. 4 minutes in, JP, what are your initial thoughts here?
Well, Coastal Carolina, I mean, they continue to rise to the occasion, and I'm impressed by their depth. They're going with these line changes early.
Riggins just dances by 3 skaters there. He's still got it here. Gets it over to Hoover. Right face-off circle, Riggins. Nice deke there. Just gets cut out on the second man, but a great move there. Scove has it. He gets it to his left. Looks like Riggins was going for a signature toe drag there.
Yeah.
Feldman has it over to Hoover. Hoover, nice move. Gamecock showing some skill, but still trail right now. They get it over to Scove. He shoots, saves Shapiro. Off the boards. Gamecock still have it. Cross-ice pass. Just gets to Riggins. He fires. Off the post, I believe. His shot was so powerful, it sent the goal off.
A great possession for South Carolina, but you don't see that very often. But yeah, for Coastal Carolina, this is their first time they've kind of surrendered a defensive or an offensive zone stave to South Carolina, and they've so far held serve.
Yeah, two really good chances there for South Carolina, way more promising than anything outside of the Wilkins attempt early. So got to build on that as Scove keeps it in. It's on the boards, and South Carolina's going to try and keep it there. Hoover has it. Slap shot. Blocked. Gets out in front of Shapiro. South Carolina still with it. Falls to Drew Henderson. He fires it on. Just mishit by Scove there, but a nice attempt. Goes into the forbidden corner. It's out to Hoover. He slaps it on. Deflection. I believe Shapiro maybe got a piece of that. As it does leave the Carolina zone. Hoover skates it back in, though. Poked free. That's good stick work there.
It'll allow Coastal to go for a full line change.
Riggins still has it. It's blocked before it gets to the goalie. Pineda sends it around. As they get the line change, it almost bit him. Riggins looks for a centering pass. It's cut out. Coastal looking to clear. South Carolina finally going to go with a change, at least of their own, with Riggins coming off. Coastal's going to play it down. Papadopoulos plays it to the boards. South Carolina looks to get the puck back. Flaherty played it with a high stick. It's going to be a face-off with 13:51 left. Pretty good handiwork there. Just a little too high for the officials' liking.
But going back to South Carolina's possession there in the coastal zone, had great chances, looking for a lot of deflections out in front, but
glove save, Papadopoulos, as that one was fired on by Zach Nerin. JP, keep going, my friend.
Yeah.
But they've been up to the challenge. Shapiro making some nice saves and tracking the puck well in traffic. Carolina looking to try and muddy up his vision out in front.
A very effective strategy. Again, South Carolina scored more goals than any other team in College Hockey South. And you got to just assume they're going to find one, but just keep plugging away. I think that's the strategy. As Coastal has it, they'll look to work it into the zone, and they do. It's going to be Zach Nerin chasing it again. He looks for a centering pass. It takes a deflection. One-on-one off the post. South Carolina almost goes down too early. As again, Coastal still just attacking Papadopoulos, but finally Flaherty has it. It looks like the danger is going to be clear, even if for just a moment. Flaherty sends it over to Pineda. Going to be offsides with 13:05 left. JP, it looks like South Carolina, frankly, just got a little lucky there. This one isn't 2-0.
Yeah, you know, it's a classic first period for South Carolina.
Yeah, that's very
at
true.
At this point in the season, you become accustomed to these kinds of things. It's a bad habit, and like bad habits, they usually crop up when you take time off around the holidays. So, you know, Carolina just needs to work it back. You know, like you said, they're lucky they're not down 2-0.
It was a good job by Papadopoulos of not giving Coastal any room to work with there as the post did the rest for him. But again, that's just, you know, it was another unlucky bounce that almost saw South Carolina go down. But they're in the Coastal zone again and plugging away. Mulcairn fires. Shot wide. Reed has it now on the far side. Off the skate, leaves the zone. That's Tommy Marvin. He'll skate back to Mulcairn, and South Carolina going to look to re-enter here. Marvin with 19 assists on the season. That's the second highest in College Hockey South. He just does a great job of finding his teammates as South Carolina dumps it down. And they'll chase after it. Finelli as Wilkins takes a spill there. Puck is going to leave the zone just barely again. Marvin has it. He'll re-enter. Left face-off circle. Wrapping around the goal. Sets up Mulcairn. One-timer goes wide over to Reed. He goes off the boards with it. Under 12 now left to go. Mulcairn absorbs a hit. South Carolina keeps the puck in. Behind net now. Looking for Colin Reed. Coastal does a good job of clearing and buying a substitution for themselves. It didn't have enough juice for icing. Reed got it to Finelli. It was a bad pass. Going to be a one-on-one here. Coastal with it. Gets past Papadopoulos and the chance lead 2-0. It's Ethan Garneau with an excellent move. And just like that, Coastal doubles their lead.
Well, the captain center, Ethan Garneau, I mean, what a move there. Forehand, backhand, had Papadopoulos sprawled out on the ice looking to try and stop a low shot attempt. And, you know, Garneau just goes around him with the stick. Very impressive start to this game for Coastal Carolina. And South Carolina, you know, really needs to reconcile with themselves.
They do. Again, you know, you thought 1-0, you can come back from this. Not to say 2 goals is insurmountable, but, you know, it felt like just a slow start. Coastal Carolina is making the most of it so far. That was an excellent finish from Ethan Garneau. Again, had Papadopoulos leaning. But again, it was Enzo Finelli who just kind of gave the puck up. Colin Reed got it to him. He had a bad pass. Coastal had numbers. South Carolina, of course, as bad luck would have it, went for a change also at that time. So they, you know, got caught with a man coming onto the ice, racing back to get in defense. Didn't get there in time. And the Chants lead it 2-0. JP, what does South Carolina need to do to get back into this one? I mean, you know, they've had some opportunities, but how do they get one in the back of the net and keep this 2-goal game at minimum?
Well,
or at maximum, excuse me. You don't want more than 2.
You just got to work it back into the Coastal Carolina zone like you had and connect on cross-ice passes. They've had 2 opportunities, and they've whiffed one and missed another, or they had guys set up to tee off one-timers that very easily could have scored as they had Shapiro leaning.
Yeah, now it's Coastal ramping up the pressure as the puck goes out of play. And for South Carolina, JP, we've seen, you know, just the magic that John Riggins has at the end of his stick, but you can't rely on one guy to do it all for you. For South Carolina, the other guys are going to have to step up, and they have all year. But, you know, you can't just have number 25, you know, get past 3 defenders and slot home a goal for all of your goals.
Yeah, exactly. And so, you know, for South Carolina, you know, I wish we kind of had some of the stats on it. I mean, this is what, like the 5th time I can count from they fell behind by multiple goals in the first period.
The first period is not this team's friend by any means, and usually it's their second period where they come out, look like world beaters, and, you know, they could certainly do that, but you want to keep the first, you know, either where it is or make some progress on it.
Being able to come back from deficits is great. It's a sign of a very good team. However, you don't want to have to come back every single game. It takes it out of you. It's not sustainable.
And again, you know, it'd be a little more understanding if it was a Georgia team, a Tampa team.
Which we did against both of them.
Exactly, but, you know, we're not sure if, not to say Coastal doesn't have that pedigree, we just literally don't have the stats on it. But right now, they're proving that they do as Papadopoulos saves. As he gets it by, it was a nice move there from Liam Walsh to get in kind of on his own and get a shot off. Sent off the boards there by Clavin. Carson Scove hot on the trail of a Coastal skater. It's going to be hit. South Carolina has it in front of net. Feldman lost it. He sends it around. South Carolina looking to set up here. Hoover has it on the blue line. He gets it over to the man to his left. Slapped over to the right faceoff circle. Centering pass. Found no one. Coastal clears. Under 10 to go. Played off the boards again. Here's Santinelli with it. Just switches play. Riggins beats him there. Scove fires. Pad save Shapiro. Riggins looked to kind of slot it near post. Just got stuck on the side there. Scove has it. Gets it back to Hoover. He'll fire. It takes a deflection. Riggins has it now. Over to Henderson. He slaps it on. It catches a stick, and Shapiro covers it up. Got some scuffling in front of net. No hand gets raised here, but South Carolina may be showing some frustration.
Definitely are, but a good possession there. Some nice chances. But the shot attempts have been very low danger lately for Carolina. I mean, not much with traffic out in front. And when they do, they don't really have anyone shielding Shapiro. And Shapiro is very easily able to track the puck on the way in and smother it up. So, I like how they're working it down, but maybe you need to cycle it back up to the point, rip some shots from up there.
Yeah, a couple of the shots, again, if you're going to shoot from distance, you got to make sure you're screening it. Otherwise, we've seen it just catch a Coastal stick, and they get a nice break on a deflection. It's a one-on-one. Flaherty, cool as ever, diffuses the situation. Coastal still with it. Pineda lays out a skater, makes him lose his stick, and a nice move as Brendan Flaherty's going to race forward. He enters the zone, looking for a centering pass. He's just going to slow it down. Gets it all the way over now. Riccitelli fires, and it goes in. Shoots, and he scores a goal from the blue line. And that's how you do it, JP. You get in front of Shapiro. Good things happen. South Carolina draws within one. 2-1. Coastal still leads.
I'm not going to say I told you so. But
I think I told you so.
My plea came to reality, and lo and behold, puck found the back of the net for the Gamecocks. A good start. Riccitelli there with his 6th goal of the season. I mean, the blue line for Carolina has always been an offensive strength, and it's really starting to come alive as of late.
You are dead on as, again, Riccitelli, that one was not one of his most powerful shots, I would say. It was well placed. But again, it was the screener that did all the work as the crowd's back into it here. Centering pass, Shapiro pins that one between his legs as Connor Berman almost went 5-hole to even us up.
Yeah, and the crowd getting back into things is a big step here. I mean, this team really feeds off of, the external factors. They play well on the road in hostile environments. They play well here when it's rocking and rolling. And if the crowd is flat, they're going to be a little, lackadaisical.
Absolutely. You got to get your home crowd into it, especially one that packs this place every Friday. Flaherty shoots, hits the post. Could hear it from here. Finelli has it. South Carolina still with possession. This offense has really gotten into shape in the last 2 minutes. From the blue line, Finelli left face-off circle, Reed. Right behind net. He's going to cross it back over. Looking for a cross pass to Finelli. Doesn't find it, but Wilkins still has it. Now Wilkins again. Off the boards to Finelli. He's going to play it behind him. Reed has it on this near side board. Coastal trying to win the puck back, but no luck. Finelli fires. Glove save Shapiro. 7:27 left. And this is kind of what the Gamecock offensive onslaught typically looks like.
Yes, it is. And, they're doing a good job here. Kind of wrestling back momentum in this one. And, you can kind of feel it, the pendulum swinging back into the favor of the Garnet and Black attack.
It does feel that way, as that goal from Riccitelli was his 6th of the season. If they win the faceoff, get another quick attempt. It's swiped away from Shapiro. It's Nick Kay with the shot. Zach List has it near side. Mulcairn Gets it back forward to Kay. Coastal looking to clear for the first time in minutes, and they don't. List has it. Right side face-off circle, shoots. Another glove save from Shapiro. 7:06 left here in the first. And JP, I don't think Shapiro's been bad by any means.
He has not. He's tracked the puck well through the air. He's been quick. He's limited rebound chances, which is something South Carolina really feasts on. He's been really kind of authoritative in the blue paint.
He has. Again, the goal that beat him, I don't know if he ever saw the puck. Again, it was perfectly placed from Riccitelli. South Carolina may look to replicate that here. So they still have it in the coastal zone. JP, I'd verge to say it's been over 2 minutes. A goal was scored in that time, and they're still, that once they gotten it back in, they haven't left. Pishkar has it along the board. South Carolina, again, not afraid to get physical. Looks like Coastal's finally able to clear. But they pass it right to Ronan Mulcairn instead. He chips it down. Pishkar wins the race to the puck behind Shapiro, and South Carolina looks like they're just going to reset up. Actually, Pishkar loses it. It gets cleared. But JP, they're just going to re-enter. Nick Kay has it in the center. And he gets re-cleared. I mean, deja vu all over again. Coastal finally has it neutral ice. This one falls to McAdams. They pass it around back, looking to get a couple subs off here. Almost hit the 5-minute mark again. Coastal leads 2-1. We've got goals from Reardon and Garneau for the team in teal and khaki. I think that is the best way to describe it. And again, the goal for South Carolina has been Riccitelli.
Fair amount of black on the uniform as well.
That as well. Pass forward to Scove. Right face-off circle shot off the glove of Shapiro and out of play. The one time he doesn't field it too cleanly, it goes up and out of play. So, maybe some good luck there from the Coastal goalie, but the right idea from Carson Scove.
Absolutely. And, Coastal has not been able to carry the puck over the blue line in the Carolina zone in quite some time. South Carolina keeping them kind of hemmed in.
And again, it's these passes when Coastal's trying to clear. Even if they get the puck out, they can't get it to anyone. Riggins, excellent move. Left face-off circle, just barely loses it, but crazy jumping kind of deke there to get by a skater. That was crazy as Clavin has it. Centering pass, good job to cut that out from Scove. Looks like they're going to have a rush here, 3-on-2, but Riggins is going to slow it down. He ends up shooting, takes a deflection. Diving stop before it got to Shapiro. South Carolina still with it. Shot wide, Feldman keeps it in, gets it forward. Scove with it. He fires on, he finds the back of the net. Carson Scove equalizes us here at the Plex. 2-2 with 4:49 left in the first.
Yeah, and for the junior from Lawrenceville, New Jersey, that's his 11th goal of the season. 22nd point on the campaign. A big-time goal for him right there. We're all tied up, and, South Carolina can flip. They can afford some of these slow starts sometimes because of their ability to just flip that switch. And I think they flipped it quite a while ago, Spencer.
Yeah, the last 4 or 5 minutes have been all South Carolina. I mean, just hammering away at Shapiro. It's no surprise 2 goals have gotten past him, as that one from Scovey was left face-off circle, just sniped it past the glove of the Coastal goalie. Again, 2-2, 4.5 minutes as South Carolina seems to have turned the on button here in the last 5 minutes. Another pass, this one cut out as Tommy Locken almost had Shapiro completely beat Liam Walsh with a heads-up play. So we're just letting the moment breathe for a minute. The Plex fans. Never a dull moment here. Again, a packed house. Gamecock chant erupts, and we've got some scrumming in front of the net. A Coastal and a South Carolina skater go to the ground. They're still down. A goal goes in. I wonder if they're going to disqualify it as 2 skaters are just still down. Yeah, they waved it off as
they're motioning guys.
They're still getting into it. It was Luke Kilduff. We'll see who it was for South Carolina as he's covered in ice.
That looked like an attack.
Yeah, JP. I think he dropped his stick and then just tackled somebody to the ground. Let's see who this is.
Kenny McKenzie's entering the box.
Is that Tommy Locken? Yeah. Yeah, real quick yes there. Tommy Locken's headed to the box. JP, I think it just cost his team a goal there, and really for no good reason.
Yeah, I mean, the whistle blew kind of at the same time as the puck hitting the back of the net. I mean,
it took about 30. I mean, he was literally just grabbing him and had him to the ground. I have no idea what Locken was thinking. Again, I wasn't even calling the goal because you could see the official kind of dead center behind the play about the blows whistle. So, again, it did get disqualified. So that way I don't feel too bad about not talking about it. You know, to Locken's credit, a Coastal skater ended up in the box with him, so it's not going to harm the Gamecocks. It's a 2-minute power play, not power play, excuse me, 2 minutes of 4-on-4 hockey. There we go. Sean Riggins wins the face-off. He's got it, and he'll just race it on back behind the blue line. He'll try to re-enter. It's cut out again by Henderson. Coastal comes away with it. Santinelli now trying to escape the pressure. He fails to do so. Carson Scove has it. Centering pass. Gets it over to Riggins on the left face-off circle. He's dancing around with it. Henderson has it. It's Hoover, Henderson, Scove. Hoover right face-off circle shot. Saved by Shapiro. Just trying to tell you the line. Ian Hoover's trying to score his first goal of the season. The Shants have it. They finally enter the zone. Shot over the head of Papadopoulos. Shot so hard it exits the zone, and Coastal kind of got it all the way back to their defenders with that one. Just rifled on by Walsh. He has it left face-off circle. Plays it back to himself. Now gets it to some help as they send it around the boards. 1 minute left of 4-on-4. Coastal still with it. It's going to be slapped on. Easy save for Papadopoulos. That one took a deflection, but no harm, no foul. On the blue line now. That's O'Brien with it. South Carolina is going to relieve the pressure there with 30-ish seconds left of 4-on-4. Ian Hoover has it. Plays it up to Riggins. He was looking for it, but it took a little deflection. Couldn't quite find it. Jake Pushkar now on the ice in pursuit as Riggins skates off. Coastal, it's Kilduff with it. He loses it to Nick Kay, who's just going to stall in neutral ice. He's actually going to take a little spill, and that gives Coastal the puck. We're about to be back into 5-on-5 play here. South Carolina is just going to kind of kill out that clock, wait for their extra skater with 2:10 left. Again, we're knotted up at 2. Ben Riccitelli, one of the goal scorers with it. Riding out this pressure that Coastal's maybe trying to dial up to change the pace a bit. They've been at the will of South Carolina, but now Flaherty has it on a rush. He moves left right into Santinelli, who did a good job of being physical, not letting Flaherty by him. Centering pass over to Pushkar, slapped on. Shapiro saved it, went back over his head, and Coastal controls it, if just for a moment. Minute and a half now. It's going to be Pushkar racing forward. Right face-off circle. Makes a move. Shapiro shuts the door near side, but Colin Reed still has the puck.
And a lot of time going without a whistle. Both teams kind of emptying the tank here before the end of the first period.
And they catch Coastal sleeping. Wilkins has it right face-off circle shot. Save Shapiro. South Carolina still with it. Another shot. It goes in. Got him bottom left corner. Colin Reed puts the Gamecocks on top with 1:02 left.
Well, when you go without a whistle for so long, you start to kind of think, you know, something is building up, and you got to go with the team that, you know, is, at least on paper, very, very talented, very skilled. And that's South Carolina's Colin Reed with his 10th goal of the season.
Yeah, really nice shot there again. Shapiro off the rebound. You know, it took a deflection, crucial pass. It was a great pass. I couldn't see who got it to Reed right in front of net, but Reed finished it off. South Carolina now has the lead 3-2, a 5-goal first period. And there's still a minute and 2 left, JP. I wouldn't count anything out.
They're certainly going to try.
No, that's right. Marvin works it forward just off sides. 52.4 left in this opening period. South Carolina is going to go with a change. And again, you got to think they're always thinking goal, so probably going to get a lineup out there for the last little bit of this first. Maybe try and give yourselves a 2-goal lead after going down 2-0 in the first 10 minutes. They win the faceoff in neutral ice as Connor Berman. His pass goes off Thomas Gavin's chest, but South Carolina ends up with it. Pineda, right faceoff circle. Glove save, Shapiro, 40 seconds left. JP, what has South Carolina done to be able to not only get back in this game, but take the lead?
Well, you know, it's really just been eliminating stupid plays, turning it over in your own zone, bad passes, whiffing on passes. You know, when you're teed up like that, you are able to connect and at least get it on net where anything can happen. And it's paid dividends for the Gamecocks.
I think you're absolutely right. I think they're, you know, if they just keep cracking away at Shapiro right now, they are playing like the better team. They're going to try and strike again here. Centering pass, just couldn't find him. Coastal's got a man out in front. Trips on the puck, and it was offsides there. So that was O'Brien. He's going to get some jeers for that one. He had the right idea, but ended up flat on his face.
I mean, he was wide open, a little too wide open.
I think he went a little too early as well, but also it did look a little silly there.
I mean, the pass hit him perfectly in the skate.
I kind of took him out. South Carolina wins the faceoff. Pineda had a chance there. He still slaps it on. Saved by Shapiro. Under 5 seconds now. Shot, another save as South Carolina looked to get another one. As the clock finally runs out, South Carolina goes into the locker room with a 3-2 lead after trailing 2-0. JP, what are your thoughts on the first?
Well, I mean, it's a tale of two 10-minute halves. I mean, you know, the beginning of this game was really kind of brutal and embarrassing to watch. And then, you know, to end it out, South Carolina roars back, scores 3 goals to take a 3-2 lead. It looked very good doing it. Papadopoulos and Tomoyan talking as they exit the ice. And the Chanticleers, they go to their locker room. They just got to regroup. I mean, they're playing well. They just really need to respond to this wave of momentum. You know, maybe a break in the locker room is really what they needed to kind of recuperate.
Yes, really, they had nothing going for them there at the end of the last 9-10 minutes of that first period. I mean, they barely had any offensive chances. As I maybe tallied Papadopoulos 1 save there in the second half of the second period. So for them, again, I think regrouping's the right idea. You got to get things moving into South Carolina's zone. Maybe try and force some more mistakes, as we've seen when South Carolina commits mistakes is when they're most vulnerable. Again, that's going to do it for the first period. We'll be back after a quick break for more hockey here at the Plex. And we're back here at the Plex for more hockey. And JP, has ever words better been said?
Nope.
Oh my God, I said that totally backwards.
Yeah.
Have ever words better been said? It's been a long day, guys.
It's been a long semester.
It has. And speaking of, this is our last one at the Plex for 2024, of course. Student Gamecock Television and Cock Hockey will be back next semester. But again, you know, you'd like to end on a high, and South Carolina.
Into the first period on a high.
That's right. They are 1/3 of the way there. They lead 3-2 over the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers, who do win the opening faceoff. But again, South Carolina, and they're just, you know, breakneck pace and kind of had a stranglehold on this game the last 10 minutes of the second period. I was telling JP how, frankly, he just didn't have much of a chance to talk. I felt bad for him.
No, I mean, it was plenty enough.
As Coastal Carolina skates forward, tries to get it past. Papadopoulos gets railed into the wall. All that for nothing. I mean, that's just good, hard skating right there. South Carolina works it into the zone. Centering pass, Pushkar, shot wide. Kay has it off the boards, back to Pushkar, to the blue line now. Slapped all the way around to George Clavin. His stick gets tangled up. Puck gets trapped against the referee. That one is going to be a penalty on Zach List, I do believe. Coastal fires wide. South Carolina is going to make contact with the puck. And our graduating senior might be spending a little time in the penalty box. But you know what? If you're on your way out, you might as well see the old box one more time.
Yeah, you got to say goodbye to every part of the Plex.
That's right.
And if there was any way to kind of consummate the career of a Gamecock hockey player, it would be taking a penalty when you're winning.
JP, perfect segue. Let me tell you about Gamecock hockey and their penalty minutes. They have 332 penalty minutes. First in College Hockey South, first in AAU Division I. They're first in the AAU by 80 minutes. First in College Hockey South by 107, more than an hour in each. This team commits a lot of penalties. They're not afraid to, but they go a man down for the next 2 minutes as Coastal Carolina has a great chance to equalize. They have Tantliff, Walsh out there among Santinelli. They go far side pass. Shot goes wide of a diving Papadopoulos as Flaherty looks to clear. Slap shot, Santinelli. Glove save, Papadopoulos. Good job there keeping that out in front as Santinelli squared that one up from a mile away.
Yeah, and for Coastal, they're getting back to more of what we saw from them in the first period. You know, working good possessions, staying in the offensive zone, trying to make Papadopoulos work for it.
Papadopoulos pad save, then he gloves it, got some scuffling in front as, you know, Tantliff maybe got a little too close to Papadopoulos in net. Riccitelli making sure he knows that that doesn't fly here at the Plex, and, you know, we've seen that one a time or two before, JP.
Absolutely, and Papadopoulos pad save. Say that 5 times fast.
You know, a couple tongue twisters have just had me in a bind here to start the second. 1:38 left on the power play. 3-2. South Carolina still in front. And I believe they're sending somebody else to the penalty box.
Uh-oh.
And that's not how you do it. That is Ben Riccitelli. They got him for his actions there. And this power play unit power play kill unit, excuse me, that is so good for South Carolina, now has to go 5-on-3 for at least the next minute and a half. Coastal works it around. Santinelli with it. Looks for a cross-ice pass. Another centering one just off the stick. Papadopoulos all over the net. Finally gets a chance to calm down.
I mean, Coastal Carolina had 2 chances there. They just never pulled the trigger.
Pacheco with it. He turns it over. South Carolina now has some numbers. It's going to be Berman with it. He shoots. Glove save Shapiro, but a great job to buy some time.
I mean, just a brutal blunder by Coastal.
They had, they had Papadopoulos go from
left to right and left to
right. Pipe
Yeah.
to pipe. Never settling down. They had him beat, but they never shot the puck. That's the one thing you got to do.
And, I think I saw 2 skaters swing at it. Just missed, and that's just unfortunate. But this, again, a prime opportunity. They skate it forward. Santinelli, and they go off sides. I mean, just shooting yourself in the foot might be an understatement, as the Chanticleers had Colin Reed, who had to race all the way down after losing the faceoff. JP, they had a 3 or 4 on 2 there.
That they did. And, I mean, this was a disaster class. It had to play 2 men up by Coastal Carolina. I mean,
What am I watching?
You got to get at least a shot on goal here, right? I mean, make Papadopoulos keep South Carolina in front here, but if you let South Carolina kill off a full minute without getting a shot on them, 5-3 hockey, maybe you just don't deserve to score, JP, as Liam Walsh has it. He gets it over to Connor Pacheco, who's going to work it forward. They get it up now. Inside the zone, blocked by Marvin. That was a shot from Owen O'Brien. Over to Walsh. He holds up. Going to fire on. Save. Papadopoulos slapped all the way out of the coastal zone to Shapiro. Good save by big number 30. Coastal's going to get it back forward. Pad save. Papadopoulos. Coastal still has it as it plays off the boards, but a big hit. See South Carolina with it. Turned over right in front of net. Diving save Papadopoulos as the team comes to him. Couldn't see if that one leaked in or not, but number 30 getting all sorts of applause here, keeping South Carolina in front. What a save there, JP.
absolutely. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. And Coastal Carolina, I mean, I think it was number 27.
Said it better than anyone else.
Turner Sandbrook. He surrendered Cobra on the ice.
I mean, you got to be kicking yourself after that one. When I tell you, Papadopoulos was full on, like Superman diving to get there. I thought Coastal had scored. I thought it had leaked in behind his pad. It sure didn't. South Carolina gets one of their men back. Still 15 seconds of 5-on-4. What if I told you South Carolina cleared it again? Coastal's going to have to touch up. They've got about 5 seconds now to try and equalize this horrific power play. It's killed off. Coastal still with the puck, takes a deflection, goes into the rafters with 16:34 left. JP, you get gifted an opportunity on not a silver platter, a golden platter, maybe a khaki jersey colored platter.
Titanium.
I mean, name your favorite material.
A pack-a-punched platter. As we're in a Black Ops.
We've been watching some promos here. But, I mean, you have as many opportunities as you like in Coastal, squandering them. You got to give South Carolina a credit. They are excellent on the kill. But for Coastal, you got to make things a little easier on yourself as Shapiro covers up. And again,
What the?
yeah,
What's happening?
I don't know. I think they had room to play that out. Shapiro covers up, and now South Carolina has a face-off.
With all the momentum they got from killing off a 5-on-3, I mean.
It has been squandered. Pushkar wins the face-off. Kick save Shapiro. Slapped shot just wide. Pushkar nets off its post here. Oh, and that's just unfortunate for South Carolina.
Yeah, that one shot that went wide. Shapiro, when he slid to the post, it knocked the goal off its moorings. And the refs didn't call it dead until it really started to drift, and by that point, South Carolina had scored.
And that's twice now that earlier we saw it was a South Carolina goal. Tommy Locken committed a penalty. Coastal also did, but, there was some fighting going on, and it was called too late, so we've seen a goal go in. That time, goal goes in, but puck goes in, but the goal was completely sideways. But again, South Carolina's putting it in just sometimes gets disallowed. They still have it. 16 left to go here in the second. Bonsukin with it. Left face-off circle. Tries to go 5-hole. Shapiro. Good save there. South Carolina, another face-off. And, JP, this is kind of what this offense does to you, especially against a Coastal Carolina team that needs something right now. They just wear you down.
Absolutely. And I just still can't believe Coastal blew that 5-on-3. I got a case of the giggles. It was that bad. I mean, that was like watching Slapshot.
Yeah, it was pretty horrible. I mean, you gotta be able to at least make that look a little bit better, a little more convincing. 5-on-3. Papadopoulos did make a fantastic save, but probably still could have found a way to beat him there. Skater flattened. Riggins shoots, hits Shapiro in the head, makes a save. Feldman gets in. Shapiro's mask is off, and we've got a bit of a brawl here. He's jumping on Feldman. Shapiro's up in arms, just hitting everything in sight. And with 15:30, got to think that might be the only thing Coastal's won here in the first 4.5.
I mean, what is happening? I mean,
chaos might
Yeah.
be the easiest way to say it.
I've watched Mad Max before.
I mean, definitely uncalled for jumping on Shapiro like that. Not sure if he fell or not, but whatever it was, the goalie came up, flipped the mask off immediately, and started hitting everything in sight. Santinelli goes to the box for the Chanticleers. I believe that's Carson Scove in the box for the Gamecocks. They were pointing him away immediately. As, I mean, we got a case of the giggles here.
The refs are, I mean, it's like these guys don't know that Fortnite OG dropped today.
They do not want us to go home, JP.
No. It's like Hotel California up here in this attic.
We checked in, my friend. Who knows
We will never leave.
when we get to leave.
No, but, I mean, you know who doesn't get to leave? Gamecocks from the penalty box ever. I mean, let's get, putting on my serious analyst hat here for a second. Shapiro finally getting his equipment back on. Refs still doling out penalty minutes, and they're discussing things in front of the scorers table.
Might be 5 apiece here.
it might be 5 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, it was it was pretty bad. Again, the goal is still out of position there. Shapiro's putting it back himself as the officials have a lot to talk about. One official chopping it up with Coastal Carolina. He's got a grin on his face. I mean,
that whole thing. I mean, that Donnybrook was absurd.
it was pretty funny. You got to admit.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what South Carolina was thinking, jumping on Shapiro.
Intrusive thoughts.
But then Coastal kept continuing the fight. There was a guy who just grabbed a South Carolina skater by the mask after. I don't think Coastal would have been called for a penalty maybe until they did that. That's
what the officials, I mean, you got Riggins and Pushkar up there for Carol. I mean, it's a serious, bout of fisticuffs when you have 2 representatives from each team over by the refs. You got Riggins, Pushkar, and for Coastal, you got Liam Walsh and number 4. Third, this line sheet
it's
says
Owen
OB.
O'Brien here. OB. There you
okay.
go.
I was like, oh.
Yeah, you probably can't call someone OB without referencing him first. That would be Owen O'Brien. Again, it's Michael Santinelli in the box for the Chanticleers. Carson Scove, who leads the team in penalty minutes, racking him up seriously tonight. He's back in the box. John Riggins getting the explanation here. A lot of explaining going on. There's a ref with each bench, a ref at the center line here.
A ref behind every blade of grass.
Refs galore. It's a zebra exhibit out here.
Emperor Hirohito once said he would not invade the Plex, for there would be an official behind him. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, everybody's getting an explanation except for the 2 funny fellas in the box right now. And that would be me and you, the attic box, I should exclaim.
Man in the box by Allison Chains.
Maybe, man. 15:30 left again. South Carolina leads 3-2. We just want to see hockey because South Carolina was
playing well,
really dominating after getting that demoralizing kill. But now you wonder how things are gonna shape up after the punishments get doled out, because it buys Coastal some time to breathe and settle down. For South Carolina,
yeah, after such you blow a 5-on-3 and then you have a giant scrum and everyone just gets a second to chill out, man.
And for Coastal, you feel like you're earned your part in that, because they probably didn't start that one, but maybe that's what they need to fire him up. For South Carolina, I'm not sure there's really any explaining it. Just showing off your physicality.
There's someone in front of us with the most bootleg Lenore Sellers jersey I think I've ever seen, Spencer.
I don't think that colorway is real, JP. There's a 2-minute penalty up.
Oh, no way.
For each team right now.
We're going to come out of this with 2 minutes of 4-on-4, and that's it. They just held like a continental congress in front of the scorers table.
Yeah, it was like the Treaty of Paris right there, right in middle ice. I mean, you thought something groundbreaking was going to happen. Nope.
The ever-elusive 8-minute penalty.
We saw a similar scenario of just a little fight break out. Took about 10 seconds to deal with. That one took about 2 minutes. We are back Oh, my
Oh!
goodness. As Marco Pineda
Oh
broke
my
a stick
God.
and just laid out, as Papadopoulos does, making a save. That was Sawyer Tantliff, the captain, who got absolutely leveled by Marco Pineda. Maybe that was the message in the South Carolina bench. You can't hang with us physically.
Here comes the boom, ready or not.
Starting at linebacker, number 9, Marco Pineda, as he just drove a hole through him. Goodness, JP.
I mean, he was up against the wall, and Marco Pineda was the wall.
I mean, you see the official there going to pick up the piece of the stick
debris.
that broke off.
Right.
Like a NASCAR-like
That's
collision.
That's one of the best hits I've ever seen in hockey.
And, you know, if you want to be physical, do it like that. Doesn't end you up in the penalty box. And you want to see something. That got me going. That got the crowd going. South Carolina looks to get off to the races, but just out of reach of Richatelli, who's got – JP, South Carolina's going for blood here. I mean they are – they don't care about the puck. They're trying to hit us. Coastal equalizes. It's a pass from Owen O'Brien. And the Shants get the last laugh here over 5 minutes into the second as Liam Walsh tucks one home. It's 3-all here, JP. We've got a game, baby.
Well, if there was one way for Coastal Carolina to respond from literally getting jumped in their own zone to having one of their players get bowled over like Marshawn Lynch, not only after that hit, they had a great opportunity on Papadopoulos. He made the save. You follow it up with an even better chance, and you score to tie the game. You're still at 4-on-4 hockey, where I truly think Coastal has outplayed the Gamecocks so far.
They haven't. For South Carolina, you get too invested in the physical play, and you're unable to, focus on the puck, really. I mean, they dropped everything looking for the hit. Commit one bad pass. Coastal makes them pay. We're tied at 3 with 14 and a half to go. Marvin skating in. Drops the puck, goes for the hit. He sends him into Shapiro.
What is happening?
He points at him afterwards. Tommy Marvin with a savage play. JP, this one's going to get chippy. Oh, he might see some. It already is.
It's getting
It's
weird.
going to get chippier. We might see gloves dropped here. 14:31 left. Jawing's going on. Tommy Marvin getting into it with number 22, Mike Shannon, the defensive captain.
Hey,
this is
one of our esteemed viewers. This says Coastal not beating the power of friendship allegations. I can't help but agree.
They're going to try to. I tell you what, South Carolina. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. They've got the bench advantage here. More players on the team. They might just drop gloves at some point and just
because
throw
Coastal,
caution to the wind.
Coastal maybe has the power of whimsy and joy on their side.
You might be right. A member of our tech crew, our good friend to our right, Reece Nolting. It's his first hockey game here. What an introduction to the Plex. Just all-out chaos. We've got big physical play. South Carolina enters the zone. Rocket shot over the head of Shapiro. Marvin gets it up to Finelli. He slaps it on. It's deflected. It falls to the Gamecocks on the boards. Finelli with it. He plays it up to Marvin. We've got 30 seconds of 4-on-4 hockey, and what has been just insane chaos, I think, is somehow the easiest way to describe it. Finelli on the near side with it. Plays it off the boards to Reed. Reed takes a big hit from Shannon, still has the puck near the near side face-off circle. Him and Finelli just trading places. Finelli with it. Gets it all the way out. Oh, looking for the entering pass. Mulcairn with a great idea. Finelli just couldn't execute. We're back to 5-on-5 here with 13:20 to go. Coastal clears, and luckily for South Carolina, didn't quite find a stick cleanly. Papadopoulos almost got caught sleeping there.
He was outside of the crease.
South Carolina races back into the zone. It's Riggins with another jumping play. Wilkins has it. He skates all the way around. Shot. Shapiro saves. It goes out of play. And JP, I'll take a breath.
Yeah.
I mean,
goodness.
Quick shout out to the defenseman Michael Santinelli, who was, back there, almost got a great crib opportunity, and then still rifled out a chance with Papadopoulos out of his crease as Coastal looks to extend tie the game.
It's 3-3.
Okay,
the scoreboard
is busted. I was like, wait a second.
Couple missing pixels here. We're not at 3 with 13:04 left. South Carolina, usually the chaos bodes well for the Gamecocks. You know, that usually means loose pucks in front of net, shots on goal. Right now, Coastal has capitalized on a South Carolina team that looks like they just want to fight. They need to focus up and try and retake the lead as Coastal has it now in neutral ice. Nice move from Pacheco, but a stick play wins it back for the team in black. Coastal plays it forwards to Pacheco, racing around the boards. Henderson with it. Just scrum for the puck. It's deflected right in front of net. Very dangerous. South Carolina went for a clearance, and it almost backfired. Henderson slows things down, trying to just get things out of their own zone. They do. It's Connor Berman. It is cut out by Shannon. A great play. Coastal with a few changes. Berman sees his opportunity, enters the offensive zone for South Carolina. Play it off the board, and they get some changes of their own. Marco Pineda gets it back to Ian Hoover. He misplays it. Racing down is Luke Barton. He's got it right face-off circle. Shot. Papadopoulos covers up. That was almost horrific for South Carolina.
Well, I
Their
don't really
goalie saves him again.
I don't really like, maybe a bad shot choice by Luke Barton. You have two guys trailing. One's a lot closer to that kind of goal line wing area, already teed up to try a one-timer back door. You don't even try to get it to him. You don't even fake it to him. You just rip it. Maybe Coastal squandering a big chance, but South Carolina really reverting to some of those bad habits. They're being very lackadaisical with the puck.
Lackadaisical and, maybe a bit too physical. Again, you don't want to say it like it's a bad thing as this shot takes a deflection behind net. It's Riggins. But you want it to be controlled as you can't just commit bad penalties as Coastal's won that battle so far. Bonsukin with it near side. Gets it back to Adam Feldman. Riggins has it left face-off circle. Shot saved by Shapiro. It's up in the air. Shapiro comes down with it as South Carolina played a high stick there as well, I believe.
Well, it was either that or Coastal trying to whack it out of the air and clear it. But
true, saw some
Shapiro,
sticks go up.
Shapiro tracking the puck very well there. I mean, that took a nightmare bounce, and he pretty much had to field it like a lacy pop fly to center field.
After taking a shot right to the chest.
Exactly.
So good job being ready after a deflection. They'll change face-off circles. It's now on the far side, the right side. Stick side to Shapiro. Riggins is going to take it for the team in black. He wins it, fires immediately just wide. Nifty move there from number 25. Coastal kicked the puck to Nick Kay just wide. Riggins on the rebound. He's got it behind net. He'll race it around 11 minutes. As Gamecocks look to set up shop and just chip away at this Coastal defense. They saw a lot of success in the first doing that. Back to the blue line. Fired forward, deflected by Feldman, who doesn't know where it went afterwards. Kay still fighting for it. Great job to win that back. He plays it around the boards. Riggins is waiting for it. Backhanded pass. Gonna stay in the zone by George. Clavin absorbs a big hit. It's Coastal finally able to clear as Clavin kind of got leveled there, but it's again the physical side of this game rearing its head once more. 10:20 left as Clavin races back. Coastal goes for changes. South Carolina back on the offensive. Riggins is just going to dump it down to Shapiro. Took a bad bounce, but Shapiro gloved it. Kind of an interesting move there from Riggins. I actually really like it, JP. You play kind of a pop fly. You buy change for your team in a face-off in the Coastal zone.
And it had the opportunity to take a weird bounce like it did, but Shapiro was able to kind of corral it in.
10:08 left. It's Jake Pushkar, Colin Reed, Ben Riccitelli, Brendan Flaherty, and Zach List. Speaking of List, it's him on the right face-off circle. Just missed his stick. Coastal had a chance to get out and run, but just couldn't quite do it. Team's just trading the puck back and forth now as Coastal calms it down. It's Liam Walsh, one of the goal scorers tonight. Riccitelli, also a goal scorer, tried to get it in the offensive zone, but it was sniffed out. South Carolina does enter successfully with Pushkar. Gets it to Riccitelli to his left. Him, Reed, Pushkar all vying for it in the left face-off circle. South Carolina trying to buy some space. It's Walsh that finally does, but South Carolina hot on their tails looking for the puck. It falls to Riccitelli, still kept in the zone. 9:15 left here in the second. Reed now, right face-off circle shot. Glove save Shapiro, 9:09 left. JP, things have calmed down just for a bit here. Not too much. We've still had a crazy one. Tell us what you've seen the last couple minutes.
Well, it's all been thanks, I think, to the goaltenders, especially Shapiro. Shapiro settled things down. He's made very calm, allowed no rebound chances. And for Papadopoulos, you know, when he's been called upon ever since that third goal he allowed, he's been up to the challenge.
Coastal wins the face-off there. Unable to get the puck out just yet. They finally do. It's Tantliff who's back on the ice after that bone-crushing hit from Pineda. Mulcairn thrown into the boards behind the South Carolina goal. He's back up and has the puck, but Coastal couldn't quite get it past Papadopoulos. Great cross-ice pass to Locken, who gets it forward to Berman. He's got numbers. Left face-off circle pass, centering. Another one. Locken deflected above the head of Shapiro. Locken on the far side, levels a man. It's going to be a penalty. Tommy Locken just broke Luke Barton in half. And he'll take a trip to the penalty box for it. Another bad one there from South Carolina, JP.
Yes, it was, and unnecessary. And Pineda is.
That's Locken still upset about
sorry,
it.
Locken. I got 9 and 19 mixed up.
Well, Pineda got away. Not to say this was a penalty, but that was the other big hit we saw. 5-on-4 again for Coastal Carolina. South Carolina's been good on the kill, JP, but again, it's these moments where they lose their head a little bit or just, play a bad pass. That's where things go wrong for them. And now Coastal has another opportunity to take a lead in a 3-3 game halfway through the second. That means over halfway through this game. JP, what is happening, my man? It is just.
I mean, stoppages galore. We are in line for maybe the single longest hockey game of all time.
The Mountain West Championship might end before we're done.
Well, hey, Ashton Jeanty might have ended that himself with that about 65-yard touchdown run before the half.
I didn't say it was competitive now. The running Rebs are running for their life, but again, the 2-minute power play in effect for Coastal Carolina. Excuse me, I've exhausted some of my voice here as, again, we're about an hour and a half into this game. And, JP, if we see any more stoppages, this could be a 4-hour affair. So, hey, get comfy. Maybe get some hot chocolate. Stay warm. I know we're all frigid up here.
Yes.
But we're finally back to hockey. Tantliff for Coastal couldn't quite win it. Riggins plays it off his knee, and South Carolina has 2-on-2. Pushkar, Riggins to his left. Right face-off circle, sends a defender to the ground. Shapiro just saves it. Goes off its moorings again. And the fans are very upset with Shapiro because it looked like, JP, he kind of grabbed the goal as he was sliding there.
Well, I think he was trying to, find some leverage to help get himself up.
The fans are standing up, but I get their frustrations because it's like, oh, no, I knocked the goal off in a 2-on-2.
I suppose.
The officials are talking to him. His net has been rather unstable tonight, JP.
Well, for both, Papadopoulos was down here and bucked off a couple.
Yeah. I'm poking fun.
Hey, winning Irmo.
Yeah, of course the fans are gonna blame it all on the opposing team. That's what good fans do, of course. South Carolina wins the faceoff off the skate. Riggins has to get all the way back to make sure it wasn't a rush for the Chanticleers. He does that, 1:40 left in the power play. Riggins just launches a pass all the way down ice. Is caught by Santinelli, who enters the zone. He tries to make a move. Papadopoulos sends it wide, and Hoover flattens him. Santinelli looks like he committed the penalty. A boneheaded move from Coastal sees us at 4-on-4 hockey for the umpteenth time tonight.
Yeah, actually, I think we need more whistles.
Would you guys like some more penalties? Yeah.
We have invented a hockey game comprised entirely of penalties.
But for South Carolina, huge break, because now you go 4-on-4 and then you'll have the man advantage for 39 seconds. That's the difference here. Santinelli goes to the box for the second time. South Carolina has a chance to maybe do something in 4-on-4 play where we've seen Coastal seemingly have the advantage tonight, JP.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like by the end of the night, we will see maybe a combined 15 minutes of 5-on-5 hockey. But now, South Carolina, they turned it on around this point in the first period and scored 3 goals. So what can they do here?
That's right. Flaherty gets it to his right. That's a goal scorer, Riccitelli. Fires it on. Looks like it maybe hit someone in the head. Riccitelli somehow gets his own rebound here at the left faceoff circle. Under a minute until it's 5-on-4 for South Carolina. Flaherty gets it to Wilkins. Slaps it around the board to Reed. Over to Riccitelli. Nice move. Flaherty keeps it in. Shoots just wide left of Shapiro. South Carolina looking to just control the puck. Wilkins has it. Another penalty coming up, I do believe. It skips all the way down to Papadopoulos, who leaves his net. Riccitelli races back, and South Carolina might try and get a chance on. Actually, they're going to try and kill more clock so that they have, a more opportunistic opportunity, JP. As that sentence sounds a little weird, but here comes John Riggins. They get it over. Right face-off circle, backhand shot just wide. Riggins still has it. Coastal yet to have control of the puck. And they're dancing with it. It's 6-on-4 as Papadopoulos is gone and the man comes back. Flaherty gets it forward. Coastal yet to touch up. Oh, they finally do it with 25 seconds left to 5-on-4. They'll send a man off. And it's now a very good opportunity for South Carolina.
Yeah, with 6:11 to go here in the second period, I mean, in the search to take the lead, I mean, you're going to have your best goal scorers in Riggins, Pushkar, Reed, and company on the ice.
Yeah, right now it's Pineda, Pushkar, Marvin, Reed, and Riggins. There you go. That completes the 5 for South Carolina. JP, did you see who skated off for Coastal?
I did not. Wow.
I couldn't quite see it as that one escapes Tommy Marvin. 15 seconds left to 5-on-3 for South Carolina. If you can try and get one opportunity, again, the Coastal penalty box is on the right side. They're going to have some time to get back on. Riggins skates it in. He's got help. He gets it over to Marvin. It's 5-on-4 now. A man races on, but he's not there yet. Over to Pineda. Slap shot just wide. Gamecocks still have it. Marvin to Pineda. It's 5-on-4. Riggins squares one up. Just wide left again. Pushkar as they'll slow things down. Pineda. Marvin at the point. To his right, it's Riggins. Right face-off circle. He gets it forward. Back to Marvin. Minute 5 left. He skates up. Over to Riggins. Fired on. Right into the heart of Shapiro.
And for South Carolina, now that it's just a traditional 5-on-4 power play, you do not want to press, take bad shots that could end up with Coastal getting a man-down goal-scoring opportunity. But on the flip side, you also want to shoot the puck.
You do.
Because you can't score without shooting it, as contrived as that may sound.
Yeah, and South Carolina has 23 power play goals. Again, first in College Hockey South and AAU, they lead a lot of both in offensive statistics. I mean, this team gets after it, looking to score their 4th goal of the night. They win the faceoff. Riggins, right faceoff circle, takes a deflection before it gets to Shapiro. 50 seconds left. Pushkar with it. Plays it, tries to get it over to Pineda. It does, but off the skate of Ashant. Marvin with it at the point. He skates forward. He shoots. Deflection. Santinelli, good job getting in front. 30 seconds left. Pineda to Riggins. Back to Pineda. He shoots. Good save, Shapiro. Pushkar with it. 20 seconds left. Coastal doing a great job on the kill so far. Pushkar, 15 seconds. Gets it to Riggins. Gamecocks have one good opportunity. Shapiro goes down. Marvin shoots. Shapiro's on his back. It goes wide right. Marvin has it. Riggins, right face-off circle, shoot. Deflected. Santinelli, shot, backhanded. Riggins ends up in the net. He ducks down. It's a goal. The power play went away, but Marco Pineda fired it in.
Shapiro is hopping mad at somebody. I don't know if it's his teammates or the officials. I think he wants a goaltender interference call. And the officials are, you know, I don't think they can take it off now. They haven't put it on the board yet.
Yeah, it's going to be Owen O'Brien, the captain, going over to try and get an explanation. JP, I mean, I was about yelling there for a minute. It's just chaos. Shapiro just peppered with shots. Riggins ended up in the goal. Coastal's fifth man was racing on. It was Marco Pineda, got the puck. Riggins ducked down, trying to leave the net himself. Puck goes over his head, into the net. Nothing Shapiro could do. 4-3 Gamecocks. JP, don't you love hockey?
Yes, you do. You know, it's really quite, there's no sport like it.
Yeah, I mean, this one's crazy. And, of course, as soon as South Carolina scored, their first instinct, jawing at Shapiro. Of course, not happy after they got into it a little bit earlier. If you missed it, this one has been a physical affair. As you see right there, Josh Wilkins hitting the head is Brendan Flaherty by number 8. Liam Walsh got him in the jaw. And officials are stopping play here as that one under the mask of Brendan Flaherty. And they might send Scove off again here. It should at least be an equal penalty. Flaherty, JP, we saw it right as it was right here. Got hit in the jaw there by Liam Walsh.
There won't be a better, you know, a better vantage point for us.
Brendan Flaherty sent to the box here. I mean, we saw that one fair and square. That's a bad call. Yeah, I'm willing to say that without a doubt. He maybe said something that warranted him being sent to the box. You take one in the chin. Flaherty's been tossed here. The official's telling him to hit the showers early. If I'm Brendan Flaherty, I would be very, very upset here. Coastal gathers their whole team here to rein it in, as he did not deserve to be sent off by any stretch of the imagination.
Ben Ricitelli looks quite bothered.
I think the entire team is extremely bothered.
Moving back towards South Carolina's goal, which I think started this wave of discontent. Someone in our comments was like, isn't it goalie interference if he keeps him from playing his position? Technically correct. Unfortunately, nobody knows what goaltender interference is, so you have to fear it at every turn when there's something happening in the crease, because hockey refs will call anything. There's a mass conference happening between the officials and the South Carolina coaching staff.
What is this, the second or third one of the night?
I mean, good Lord.
But again, on the goaltender interference thing, again, yeah, that one maybe should have been called. Not quite sure what was going on.
And truthfully, I have no idea what Flaherty might have got tossed for, other than jawing at the official.
That's what it was. Because, I mean, he was in the box for what would have been, it's a 2-minute penalty for each side. He probably said something the officials didn't like. I don't know if they had a good a view as we did. I mean, he took a shot to the jaw, and for some reason he gets sent to the box for it. I'd be pretty upset, too.
I don't think the refs have a leg to stand on to be upset about it, because they're the ones punishing a guy who just got sucker punched in the face.
Not only that, he gets sent to the box, then ejected. South Carolina lose one of their best defensemen for the remainder of this game as we're trying to stay warm up here. We can't shut the windows, and this has been the longest period ever.
My 22-year-old aches and pains. 2 knee surgeries later.
As I think South Carolina's got an extra skater on.
Gotta stay loose, man.
Because, JP, once more, it's 4-on-4 hockey. Yay! We're underway. 3.5 minutes left in the second. South Carolina off to the races, looking to add to their lead. 4-3. Bonsukin, left faceoff circle. Good stick work there from Shannon. Able to poke that one out. O'Brien has it now. As Coastal looks to equalize once more, South Carolina looks to extend their lead in what has just been a chaotic game. Nonstop action, some interesting calls, as per usual, I'd say.
Although I do think Flaherty will be back for the third period. He probably just got a misconduct that was, more than the amount of time left in the period, so they just sent him off early.
That would be
We can hope.
be nice. Yeah, you can certainly hope. Who's to say? South Carolina enters the zone. That was George Clavin. He has it taken from him, but they should be able to keep it in, and they do.
Whoa! Said it was. We got a penalty coming up to South Carolina, I think. George Clavin is going to head to the box. I think they hit him with a cross-checking or an interference call.
I'm bewildered, to say the least.
This game has been butchered by penalty. I mean, it feels like we've seen like 5 different mini periods.
You wonder how a team has over 330 minutes in penalties. It's stuff like this. JP, did you see anything there? Not to say it was the wrong call, but I literally didn't know what happened.
From Clavin, I didn't see a darn thing. I'm gobsmacked.
Yeah, and one thing that gets the fans into it, interesting calls, power play kills. South Carolina has a chance to do both, as it's 4-on-3 for the next 45 seconds. That's Hoover over there has it against the boards. Good job of clearing it. 1-on-2. He somehow comes out and sends the puck down to Santinelli. He builds up some speed. They're going to enter the zone. And that takes a deflection. Papadopoulos' hat comes off, and Henderson is pushing him to the ground. You got to think this is going to see some more consequences, but somehow a stick has taken the hat off Papadopoulos with 1:59 left in the period.
What are they doing, man?
JP, can it go down to 3-on-2 hockey? I mean, the fans are in uproar because that doesn't warrant an ejection, an interference, anything.
Some guy with a cowboy hat is making his way towards that end of the floor.
Drew Henderson goes to the box. Another Gamecock has been sentenced for his crimes, even though it's just protecting your goalie. That's what you get for being a good guy. Going to the box for the Chanticleers is Colin McAdams. As we've announced now, more guys going to the box than goals, which there's 7 of.
Guys can't have hobbies anymore.
And Drew Henderson, you're going to take that penalty every time,
oh,
right,
yeah,
JP?
absolutely. I mean, you cannot be soft in the presence of, whatever that was.
Papadopoulos somehow lost his mask. And it looked like McAdams was still swinging, and that's what you can't do.
That just can't happen.
Yeah. Big credit to Papadopoulos for sticking with it, not allowing a goal, because from our viewing point here, JP, that one would have been hard to see if it went in or not.
And lost in all of this is the fact that it's a 4-3 ball game. This is not like the Charleston game where it was
it's
just
not
like
a blowout in fights.
Yeah,
this is a close game.
That is just being marred by, the officiating edition of the Fields of Passchendaele.
Yeah.
The futility of what I'm witnessing.
Enjoy that, history lovers. JP with another classic. I'm just going to wait for the officials to come back from their little powwow. They've been next to the time clock people all game trying to figure out what in the world is going on. It's still going to be 4-on-3, JP. Am I seeing this correctly? Yeah. South Carolina, I think, has 3 active penalties. Coastal with 2. It's 4-on-3 in a 4-3 ball game with 1:59 left in the second. We'll see what happens at the start of the third, because who knows if they're leaking over. But this is absurd.
We have jawing between both penalty boxes as well, which is always fun.
JP, we're going to see more of this in the third. I'm just going to give you a little preview. These teams don't like each other.
Which is weird,
the
right?
Goalies
I've never played.
I don't remember seeing Coastal Carolina. If not, it's been a long time since they ventured to the Plex. But, I mean, both goalies, more so Shapiro, have been jawing everybody. I mean, there is a lot of hatred brewing on the ice right now. And, of course, let's go talk it out one more time to make sure we've got this thing right.
I think they might have put some stuff up on the scoreboard that was incorrect in terms of penalty minutes.
Yeah, they're putting 25 seconds back on the original offsetting call. Are they going to – I don't know what's going on. They only have 25 seconds up here. They maybe have wiped the 2-minute call, JP, because both of those skaters will just be out the rest of the period. Does that make sense?
No, I mean, I just don't know what makes sense at this point.
That's a good point. Coastal keeps it in the blue line, gets it over to Santinelli. Far face offside circle. Coastal equalizes at 4. Just waiting in the left face offside circle was Owen O'Brien, the captain. Squares it home past Papadopoulos. We are knotted up at 4.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that 5-second spurt of hockey because we're about to get like 40,000 minutes of whistles coming in. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed having fun, guys, because, I mean, we can only assume something stupid is about to happen. But, you know, being serious, big-time response for Coastal.
Oh, my goodness, huge.
Taking advantage of this opportunity that has been laid bare to them in the weirdest of fashions.
More talking. Carson Scove, Connor Pacheco drawing right at the middle face-off circle. They're trying to still get this one figured out.
Well, Ben Riccitelli is on the ice in front of the scorer's table. I think he's saying that he should be, like, out of the box.
He should be free.
Yeah. They were about to start play with Riccitelli.
I mean, Tyler Tomoyan is laying on the bench door with his head in his hands because
he's tired.
He's been standing for so long. I mean, we just have to wait again to see what is going on. What we can tell you, Coastal Carolina has equalized this game at 4. There's 1:48 left in the second period. And it's got a chance of being all tied up going into the third. This game has been physical, marred with penalties, goals, shoving, questionable calls, big hits, a packed crowd. JP, this is club hockey at its finest.
I mean, that's one way to put it.
I mean, go ahead and get tucked into bed. This one, I mean, don't go to sleep just quite yet. I mean, we still got a thriller. But you might as well get warm and get your bedtime routine knocked out while the officials are talking.
Well, I mean, of course, you know, I was joking. I was joking about an 18-minute stoppage after 5 seconds of hockey. I was doing a bit.
It came true. The fans are in uproar because they just want to watch hockey. They've earnestly paid for, you know. And finally, JP, we're back. I don't know what the clock is doing, but it's 4-on-4 hockey. That's what we can tell you. Something's going on. 1:40 left. Coastal, I think, is going to kill at the time. JP, then I think they are going to go a man up. Let's see. Pacheco has it. They get it over to Tantliff. South Carolina plays it forward. No, it's 5-on-5. Riccitelli has it. Gets it over to Scove. Played it to Kay. Off his skate to Marvin. Centering pass to Kay. It falls for Riccitelli. Shapiro stick save. 1:10 left. It is 5-on-5 hockey. There's still a timer on for some reason. So that one whistled for going up and out of play with 1:06 left.
Yeah, and what an opportunity there for South Carolina to respond and retake their lead. Riccitelli, fresh out of the penalty box, making an excellent play. But Shapiro holding serve.
Great save there. I mean, that was Carson Scove who looked for an excellent pass to Nick Kay. Just went off his skate. Don't sure if just maybe a little miscommunication, but really crafty stuff. Just couldn't find it. But again, we've seen 5-on-5 hockey. Not a whole lot in this game. And it's favored South Carolina. The cleanest bit of hockey we've seen was at the end of the first period. That's when they rattled off 3 goals. You got to think they were the favorites in this style and need to try and keep it that way.
And a nice, you know, Shapiro once again.
He's quick back there, man.
Exhibiting his skill tracking the puck through the air as that one skittered across the ice. And he played it off the hop and shut it down.
Andrelton Simmons type.
Yep.
Riccitelli from the blue line again. Almost took a deflection from Riggins. Coastal tries to clear. Unsuccessful. Riccitelli has it. Sends it cross ice. Riggins. Clavin. Shot. Deflection wide. South Carolina still with it. Under a minute now. Under 40 seconds to be exact. It's Ian Hoover. Riggins has it. Crazy backhanded pass. 5-hole looked like it went in.
I think that hit the back of the net. and jumped out into the blue area.
I mean, fans are jumping up and down. They're screaming Feldman's through his stick.
I mean, can we see a replay of that? Yeah, hold on. We have replay.
We're going to try and get replay.
I'm peering over a computer screen.
As a broken stick goes, back into the penalty box. The officials are talking about it. JP, that one looked to go 5-hole through Shapiro, bounced right back out. It was a rocket from Feldman. He's so mad he threw his stick, and rightfully so if he's been robbed.
Yeah, I was looking at it, but from that angle, we'll take a look at it.
Shot off the side of the net as South Carolina wins the faceoff. 30 seconds and counting. Gets it to Riccitelli. Blue line shot. Deflection. Riccitelli still with it. Vies off a defender. Backhanded pass. Coastal clears with 20 to go. Clavin goes all the way back. Maybe one last chance. Under 10 seconds now. Puck against the boards. Coastal has it. Took a deflection. They'll get a pass and a shot. Papadopoulos bobbles it. Controls it. As there might be 1 or 2 seconds left. Coastal almost with a wild deflection.
Well, South Carolina nearly, made another turnover in their own zone. Papadopoulos, makes a save with 0.6 of a second remaining, but we'll definitely take a look at that during the break.
No, but I would say before we leave you with the second period, I'll have my trusted associate JP Barry play that back on his phone. JP, you want to cue that up?
Instead of leering over a laptop screen.
Yeah, let's get a good
down.
view. We're going to give you an unbiased view, of course. I mean, we'll tell you if it's a goal or not. Face-off is dropped, and what we can tell you, it is 4-4 after arguably the 2 craziest periods of hockey we've seen at the Plex. Maybe ever, JP. We've been doing this for 3 seasons now. These 2 teams jawing the whole way. The fans haven't left their seats except to go get hot chocolate or beer.
I cannot tell.
JP, we're looking at this together. So at the 40-second mark, shot takes a deflection. It looks like it comes back to Shapiro from behind him.
Yeah, I frankly, you know what?
We can't see it either. I mean,
hey, the only thing that's, there is nothing impossible tonight.
I think that might be the best way to put it. Again, we are all tied up at 4. We're going to take a quick break, drink some water, maybe have a homemade cookie up here in the attic, as we've got those luxuries. So, make yourself a snack, fix yourself a drink, grab a blanket. It's 4-4. We'll be back for the final 20 after a break. And we are back here at the Plex for the third and final period of at least regulation, JP. Count nothing out. This one has been absurd. It is 4-4. We're all knotted up. 20 minutes sit on the clock. Both teams will meet at Central Ice for a face-off. JP, what do you expect here?
I expect everything and nothing. You know, I mean, after what we saw in the second period, I can't rule anything out. And it'll be very interesting to see kind of how things go here as we head towards, the end of this game, especially if one team takes the lead.
And already a skater just flattened to the ground. Not surprising at all. I was about to say, you wonder if people are going to maybe lay off with the physicality a little bit to avoid the penalty box. Nope. No chance of that. Coastal regains it behind their goal. They're trapped in the corner. South Carolina sets up in the offensive zone.
Yeah, Spencer.
They played off the boards. A good escape there from Coastal, but he falls flat on his face. Carson Scove gets it up to Riggins. He's straight off sides, though. 50 seconds have passed, 19:10 left.
And I was struggling to find the words to kind of frame how I wanted to say this, but I was mostly, what are the whistles going to be like this? Are they going to be quick and snappy with calling the most minuscule of things to try and keep this game under control? Or are they going to try and let things go in the hope of not turning this into a bogged-down whistle fest like the second period was?
That's an excellent question. We're going to see how tight they leash this game, but both teams have showed that they want to get physical, so it wouldn't surprise me if they continue calling this one tightly. No call there as Nick Kay gets pinned against the glass. Again, time will tell because, frankly, we're not in striped jerseys on the ice to tell you how it's going to go. Another skater falls down, though. Nick Kay has it. Coastal clears from the ground, and O'Brien holds up play in neutral ice, even though he might have had a one-on-one opportunity. That one off the top of the post there. Weird shot. Papadopoulos didn't try to save it, but luckily didn't need to. Pashkar has it now. Gamecock's in the zone. It's poked back. Coastal in pursuit. O'Brien wins the race. Left face-off circle. Looks for a centering pass. Jake Pashkar got it with his skate instead. Tommy Marvin has it. A lot of back and forth so far. Gets it over to Mulcairn. He enters, fires on. Glove save Shapiro. And we have another stoppage here. His first save of the period. And, to answer our lovely commentator, Nick Schick, your question, if we had a whistle counter, it would take up the full screen, man. This one has been
triple
absurd.
Digits.
Hey, but thank you for all the comments, my friend. Thank you all for tuning in.
It keeps me going.
It does, man. I'm Spencer Ball again. He's JP Barry here for Student Gamecock Television. This has been a quintessential cock hockey classic. I think would be the right way to say it. We've got goals, penalties on penalties, high-paced action, a packed crowd, and boatloads of fun. This one has been special. Bad pass from Clavin. Coastal had a chance, but just bodied off it. So I apologize in advance if I lose the rest of my voice. I'm trying to keep it going here, but, this one's, I've had to raise it a couple times for this one. Raise it for the moment, if you will. Bonsukin races into the Coastal zone. Nice play, dives right in. Puck loose out in front. Shapiro stopped the first couple of attacks, and somehow it doesn't find the back of the net.
Shapiro was hugging the right post, and the puck was loose in the crease to his left, and it just sat there for what felt like ages.
Yeah, and somehow just didn't leak in. Papadopoulos comes out to play this one off the boards. Both teams going for a few changes. That one goes off the board. Should be an icing call, and it is. 16:54 now left in the final period of play. Coastal sends the rest of their guys off for fresh skaters.
Now, you may be wondering, was I wearing my headset wrong this entire game? The answer is yes. My ear was hurt. I was like, wow, this can't be right. And I finagled
and you
with
find
it.
out it wasn't.
Yeah.
Hey, pros up here in the attic, am I right?
You just got to keep yourself humble, tell on yourself when you've been just as stupid as this game has been.
Hey, keep it light. Papadopoulos pad save after the Coastal faceoff win. And the Gamecocks trying to crank up the tempo here. Hey, that's what Godfather said, JP. We control the tempo, baby. Colin Reed, centering pass. Slap shot, Pineda, goal! He shoots and he scores for his second time. They controlled the tempo, and now they control the game. 5-4, South Carolina.
I mean, what a start to this period for the Gamecocks. Completely pressing the advantage against Coastal. And Marco Pineda, who's had his fingerprints all over this game, rifles one home.
Another great finish from Marco Pineda. Again, I didn't think quoting Generation Kill would, end up in a South Carolina goal. But Colin Reed just pressed the advantage there. Him and Connor Berman set up Marco Pineda beautifully for his second goal of the game. Just got it right under the glove of Shapiro. South Carolina leads 5-4 with 16:21 left.
And they get icing there, because almost it's Central Florida for some reason. The colors are getting to me, the black and gold. But, Coastal couldn't get a stick to it in neutral's ice to play it into the Carolina zone. So, man, a huge opportunity for the Gamecocks here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a big-time chance. Faceoff didn't go their way. South Carolina still with it, though, as Riccitelli went down. But, again, can't stress enough how electric the Plex has been tonight. JP, I mean, these guys have been the sixth skater for South Carolina, or maybe the fifth one since there's been so much 4-on-4.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they've played a big role in, keeping this game fun. Pineda shoots again. Bobbled it, but get gobbled up by Shapiro. And after the play, not even near Shapiro, saw a Gamecock skater sent to the ground. And see if there's any repercussions for that one, JP.
Well, he skated off with an official, so I don't think,
No, they'll say no. Okay. I mean, that might tell you how they're going to call this one. I mean,
it was pretty concurrent with the whistle. I don't think there was genuine some big malcontent there. And South Carolina didn't retaliate, which was good.
Yeah, that is sometimes the case. Sometimes they don't start it, but they are not afraid to finish it. They have the puck, trying to control it in the offensive zone. Pineda gave that one away, and Coastal has numbers. Shoot off the glove of Papadopoulos. Meant to say shot, said shoot. But nonetheless, they fire it on again. This one caught in some traffic. Nothing doing, though. South Carolina clears all the way up to Tommy Locken. He's got Berman to his right. Great pass. Right face-off circle shot. Saved by Shapiro. Slapper from Hoover, who just skated on, goes wide. Over to Tommy Marvin. The lefty. Cross-ice pass. Shot. Scores again. It's John Riggins. The Gamecocks have two in just as many minutes. 6-4, South Carolina.
I mean, that's just John Riggins. There's not much you can say. I mean, great possession from Carolina, working it around, firing it on, keeping Coastal in rotation, and Riggins just found his spot and ripped it. I mean, that's what his 18th goal of the season.
Now tied for first in all AAU Division I. And you know who I'd like to shout out for that goal? It's Tommy Marvin getting his 20th assist. He might have more on the game, but that one was clear as day, an assist. He held up play. Hoover was calling for it. He saw Riggins skate on into the left face-off circle, found him beautifully. And when you set up John Riggins like that, he tucks it home. Coastal with a chance. Save Papadopoulos out in front. Backhander goes wide as Riggins helped fill the near post. Off the skate of him now, played up in the air. South Carolina looking for it now. It's called for a penalty, though, as Shapiro was skating off with 14:32 left.
I think while Carolina was fighting for the puck, they might have hit somebody with a high stick. A tough blow as South Carolina was really starting to wrestle control of this game firmly in their grasp.
Control, yeah.
But, special teams have been the name of the game.
That's right. And Carson Scove goes to the box for I don't know how many times tonight. He leads the team in penalty minutes. He goes back there, and unfortunate, as you mentioned, because South Carolina did seem to finally string together consecutive good things in a row. The only time we saw that was when they were down 2, and that puck, did leave the zone. It's offsides. 1:54 left in the power play. Face off in neutral ice, and for Coastal, you got to think this is where they need to try and get back into it.
Yeah, this is kind of I feel like the convergence point of this game. If Coastal they don't even have to score, they just need to look good here on the power play. Kind of restores the feeling that they can work their way back into this one because they've already scored 4 goals. What's 2 more?
Yeah, and Liam Walsh there again. He had the hit on Brendan Flaherty. Flaherty, haven't yet seen him on the ice, JP, so he might be done for this one. We'll, of course, keep you updated. Santinelli keeps it in. Nice move in the left faceoff circle. He'll take it all the way around town. Well, Karen holds him up against the boards. Pacheco takes it away. He's now on the near side, sends it back. Gets it over to O'Brien. Pacheco back to O'Brien. It was a good pass, just couldn't quite time it up. Almost lost it, did Walsh. Pacheco now to O'Brien, diving play and a clearance. How about it, Colin Reed? Sent all the way back in by Shapiro. And I believe...
An interference call.
Is that against Coastal?
Yes.
It is. And that is...
Number
the
4.
captain. That's Owen O'Brien.
Yep.
That's OB. So you look for the one sheet of Coastal Carolina information we've been blessed with.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I had one of those.
But that means it's going to be 4-on-4 hockey for 52 seconds after that. South Carolina will have the man up for 108.
I almost thought we would go an entire period without 4-on-4 hockey, where it's so easy.
Yeah.
And a whistle.
You would be surely mistaken as what is hockey without 4-on-4 for 20 minutes? We've probably seen close to a period full of it now. Clavin has the face-off after South Carolina won it. 45 seconds again until they go a man up. Coastal, nice stick work there as they get things moving forward. Look to enter the zone, and they do. Shot backhanded on. Just punched away from Papadopoulos, whose neck came off it a little bit, but he'll fix it himself. South Carolina wrestles with it, and they finally come away with the puck. Again, and they're okay holding this because they'll go a man up in 15 seconds. They maybe just want to set up shop. It's Riccitelli. He goes into that left face-off circle. Going to kill some more time. 10 seconds till they go a man up. Falls to Clavin. Plays it back to himself off the boards. Now he plays it to Riccitelli. South Carolina gains a 5th skater here. It's 5-on-4 for the next minute and change. Cleared from Coastal. Looked like South Carolina was setting it up beautifully, but at the last second, the chance clear. And you know, who else but John Riggins comes onto the ice? Got your power play lineup on now. Here's Tommy Locken. He skates it in. Riggins trails, as well as Pushkar, Pineda, and Tommy Marvin. Marvin plays it off the boards. Pushkar, who falls, he keeps it with the edge of his stick, though. Great playing. Takes a bad bounce. South Carolina keeps it in. Riggins, a heroic play. It is chipped out. 25 seconds left on the power play. Riggins pulls it back. They'll circle up, skate a man off. Colin Reed comes on for Locken. Riggins enters. Shoots, near side, tucks it under the stick of Shapiro. Riggins finds his second here. Gamecocks go up 7-4.
Well, I guess John Riggins now leads AAU Division I in goals with his 19th of the season, 2nd of the period.
That was just sweet, man.
I mean, once again, that's John Riggins. I mean,
is.
not much that can be said. I mean, he worked his magic there in the waning moments of the power play. It looked like it was going to be just kind of a time waster power play for the Gamecocks. And then You know, when you have a player like John Riggins, a human highlight reel.
Yeah. And again, Riggins just kind of skated towards that right face-off circle, pulled the puck back to his left, just beautifully ripped it bottom right corner. That's his MO. Henderson wins it, skates into the zone, plays it hard off the boards to Finelli. Henderson takes a big hit there. Looks like they are going to call a penalty for that one. Yeah, looked like it as Henderson didn't really have the puck here and was just kind of pushed his head down there. That's a little dangerous. And Liam Walsh, you know, we've seen him do a couple dangerous things tonight. Hitting Brendan Flaherty square in the jaw, the headliner.
Yeah,
but,
that was a bizarre, you know, personal choice by him.
Well, he finds himself back in the box, so maybe that's justice, JP. Another 2-minute power play for the Gamecocks, who are now up 3 goals in what's been a dominant third through about 9 minutes of play. JP, what's it been that have, you know, seen South Carolina jump out to this lead?
Well, it's really been just the relentless motor of the forwards for South Carolina. I mean, guys like Riggins,
guys like John Riggins, who scores again. It's a hat trick, John Riggins. You say his name 3 times, and there he goes. Riggins, the hat trick boogeyman tonight, JP.
Yeah, and 8-4 to the score now. I mean, South Carolina came out to this third period. They look like a totally reimagined team, something we haven't seen in quite some time. I mean, they are playing with their hair on fire. Their most recent power play goal, they scored with 12 seconds left. Now they score 6 seconds into another power play, rounding into form quite nicely.
Yeah, and even, you know, Papadopoulos comes to congratulate the rest of the team as he's been good in net.
Yeah, yes.
He just hasn't seen a shot in, you know, some time. But Riggins, all 3 of his goals in less than 4 minutes, just unstoppable. And you know, John Riggins, ever the celebrator. I mean, a sweet celly there. It's kind of running on ice. Got to keep the game fun.
Rapidly approaching 40 points on the season. You know, maybe if he's gotten a couple assists, he might have already hit it tonight. He's up to 37, just off of goals and then his assists going into this game. As we can't really, you know, track that very well.
It's very true. And JP, I want to point out something that we haven't talked about, but of course we were going to mention it. In partnership with Verbero Hockey, College Hockey South is forming an all-star team of CHS players to travel to Austria and Germany to compete against European teams. As Coastal has it, left face-off circle, Papadopoulos, he's still warm back there. Great save.
Yeah, the moment it hit a 4-goal differential, we pulled out the Euro tournament.
That's right. Nick Kay has it. He skates into the right face-off circle. Shot. Shapiro bounces up. He finally gets on top of it and covers up. And again, you know, I thought it was a good time because, you know, they were still deliberating, which is something we've seen a lot of. But just want to mention the Gamecock hockey players that will be, you know, representing all of College Hockey South from January 2nd to 10th. That would be Jake Pishkar, Tyler Tomoyan, John Riggins, Tommy Marvin, and Brendan Flaherty. And that's 5 players, tied for most of any team. So they'll be staying warm in another country. Flaherty fires one on. Excuse me, that was Henderson. 13, not 3. Shapiro covers up with 10:29 left.
I mean, it's just yet another example of the continued, you know, spur of legitimacy for hockey in the South, you know, at the college level. It's truly special, and it's something where you can set aside those grudges, you know, between, you know,
Georgia, Tampa,
Gamecock hockey, the Ice Dogs, Tampa, Alabama, you know, all these. I mean, it's literally like the dream team, you know.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I mean, a lot of those top teams going with Gamecock hockey are going to be sending a bunch of players too. Tampa also sending 5. Georgia's got a couple. FAU, you know, they've got some Division II guys, stars in their own rights. And it's going to be a lot of fun. And JP, I think at least for those guys, it's going to be a great way to stay warm going into the second semesters. Coastal does get one back here. Great pass from Owen O'Brien.
Right to number 12.
It's Luke Kilduff.
Yep. The defenseman who was trailing there crashed hard. You know, nice pass, better finish. You know, in a game where we've seen the unthinkable, a four-goal deficit is minuscule.
Yeah, you don't want to say it's out of the woods, even though it might feel it, because frankly, I don't think we thought we'd see a 13-goal game here, and of course 10 minutes still left to play. Chaos, the only constant here tonight.
That whistles.
Dead on, JPA. That's why we pay you
Nothing.
Friendship, fun. Save Papadopoulos looks like Mulcairn actually screened him there, but luckily it didn't harm South Carolina. As again, you got to stay focused here, as this Coastal team has proven that they'll make South Carolina pay when they make a mistake. Again, 8-5 South Carolina leads, under 9.5 now left. Nice move there from Walsh. South Carolina just pressing Coastal in their own zone to try and take the puck away. They don't quite do it. Finelli skates off when the puck was at his feet. Gets deflected, so South Carolina, there's going to be a penalty called here.
I'm unsure. But it's looking like it will be on South Carolina.
Is it? No. Colin Reed goes back to the bench. Was it Finelli?
Yeah.
Yep.
Nope.
Yeah, no, 17.
Cross-checking.
Yeah, cross-checking off Finelli. Okay. JP, Coastal's got a great chance to make this a 2-goal game. You know, we've seen 13.
Just when South Carolina looks like they've got this in a comfortable arm's length, you know, they do everything in their power to let the other team back into it. But all power to Coastal for generating these kinds of chances to get back in this one.
You got to give them a lot of credit tonight, JP. This team has fought ridiculously hard.
Yes, they have, and, you know, still just under 9 minutes to go in a game that
never ending. Pacheco goes through the legs. O'Brien has it. You know, we talked about whistles being a constant. A penalty happens right after. Santinelli fires off the leg of Connor Berman. Good block there. Nice move from Walsh. Another nice one. Gets the inside track there. Looks for a centering pass, but Pacheco couldn't find it. Santinelli fakes the shot. Passes it off the boards to Tantliff. He keeps it. They'll slow things down for a second. Santinelli has it. Nice move. Get away from Locken. Then he just lost the puck. Locken has it. He's got Berman to his left. He shoots. And it leaks through. Tommy Locken with a shorthanded goal. Riding the horse all the way to the bench. South Carolina goes up 9-5.
You know, South Carolina has made a name for themselves in recent years by being a team that is going to take a lot of penalties, and they're okay with it because not only do they have a great penalty kill, they have a outrageous ability to score while a man down.
Well,
and
JP,
they just did it right there.
Might I tell you, they're tied for first in College Hockey South and AAU Division I in shorthanded goals, and now have claimed first place.
I was going to say I wagered a guess that they have sole possession of first place.
Again, 9-5, South Carolina leads. Power play for Coastal still in effect with 7:45 to go. They will look to lose control of it, but somehow miraculously hang on. It's a bad pass. Zach List out in front. Right face-off circle. He pulls it back. Holds up play. Cross-ice pass. Shot. Goes wide all the way back to List. All the way out of the zone, actually. Goes back to Marvin with 7:20 left. And JP, a Zach List goal might set this place on fire.
It would certainly have me feeling very nicey.
I couldn't agree more. Reed's got it. List just patrolling that right face-off circle. Now in front of net, they look for him. As Reed, I think, is kind of made his name as a really good passer on this team, as well as Tommy Marvin. You know, he's a guy that can pick out his teammates. List has it. Chips it forward. Marvin looks for the loose puck as both teams going for changes. Just sent bodies just right in the middle of the puck there, but as things settle down, Wilkins plays it forward. Under 7 now to go. South Carolina pokes it free, kind of in front of net there. That's dangerous. Shapiro does a good job to poke it away. Finale fans the one-timer. Coastal has it against the boards, and they clear it all the way down. That one takes a little bit of a scary bounce, but Ian Hoover, gets there before any Coastal skater could. Now he sends it the length of the ice. No icing, however. Santinelli has it. Tries to skate through Wilkins. Gets by him barely, but doesn't get past Adam Feldman. Still on his heels. Near post, tries to sneak it past. Shapiro covers up.
Oh!
And they take down somebody just going near post.
I think it was Ronan Mulcairn who just got laid out from behind after the whistle. He was still trying to, fish at the puck with his stick.
He's kind of stretching his back out there. That one.
Well, he took a walloping. I mean, that was he wound up and just shoved him in the back.
As we're talking,
it was Adam Feldman.
Devin Mallon heading to the bench. Haven't really called his name all day. Excuse me, not the bench, the box. We'll see. Is this also a penalty on South Carolina?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what Feldman would be getting. I think they're just making personnel changes for the power play.
Well, is there no penalty?
Oh.
Okay, 29. It just had no idea where he's going. Okay, we got 5-on-5 hockey. He went to the box instinctually.
There's also just
South Carolina has 8 skaters on the ice.
Well, make it 9.
Oh, okay. Even you know what? The more the merrier.
I think South Carolina thought there was a power play, was getting their power play unit on.
Well, I think Coastal did too. I mean, you saw 29 just go straight to the box. Then he's like,
I guess the refs, used up their allotment in the second period.
Maybe they're getting a little cold out there like we are. And time for bed. 5:40 left in the third. 9-5, South Carolina leads a 2-touchdown total game here. Coastal fights for it in neutral ice. They enter the zone. Let's see what they can do. Try to go through the legs of List. You can't do that on the Wiley vet.
No, and a great poke check by Papadopoulos.
Scove has it. Cross-ice pass to Kay, just out of reach, but a good idea. Scove wins it back, though. List has it. Gets it over to Scove. Cut out in neutral ice, but right back into the Coastal zone. Bonsukin got spun around there. He still has it in the right face-off circle. Scove now out in front, and it goes in. It's the 10th goal of the night for South Carolina. Was it Locking again?
It was Locking out in front. He was posted up. He literally just had his stick motionless. And it just, they got the rebound in off of it. I mean, Lockett has been phenomenal tonight. He finally, kind of puts this.
Well, Nick K led the line there. Would that be Mr. K instead, JP?
I don't know. No,
it looked like Lockett, maybe just no Selly there.
I'm pretty sure it was a pass that it was a deflection off of Lockett's stick out in front.
That's what I thought too. I just got a little confused. But 10-5, South Carolina leads.
For both those guys who have played so well tonight, it's very fitting that they're involved in the goal that really kind of puts this one, for lack of a better term, with how cold it is and where we are on ice.
It might just put everyone else to bed, too. It's getting late out here. Marco Pineda has it in the right face-off circle, maybe looking for a hat trick of his own. Riggins already got one in 4 minutes' time. Brendan Flaherty making another appearance, this time in a full suit. So he's already gotten showered, and, there you go. 4:10 left to go now in this one. Just a scrum against the boards. Coastal does come away with it. They'll dump it down. Chasing it, Luke Barton. Winkleblack in pursuit. He wins it. Coastal able to go offsides. I was going to say they're able to keep it in. Just kidding, JP. This one, 15 total goals. Maybe
Shocking.
More penalties than that. But
and I truly do feel bad for Papadopoulos. I feel like he's played well.
I'd really agree with
There's
that.
been so many defensive breakdowns and bad turnovers, and odd situations with special teams that. But also, at least he's not the guy who gave up 10 goals.
That's very true. Again, I think he's been caught in some bad situations that aren't his fault. He's made some excellent saves, namely the one where he sprawled out like Superman to make it. That was pretty awesome. But in this period, I have him marked as making one save. Coastal has not done much in the offensive end. South Carolina about put home their 11th goal of the night with Enzo Finelli. It got deflected before they could. Coastal plays it down, and 3:20 now left in this one. Finelli has it near the near side boards. Plays it forward off a Coastal stick, and they'll make a couple changes. They win it back. George Clavin comes on in addition to Ben Riccitelli. Shot, glove save, Papadopoulos. He still got it, JP.
Ooh, I mean, that was special there from Peter Papadopoulos. I mean, flashing the leather a little bit. You love to see it from the senior goaltender. But, you know.
Is he in the all-time name team for Kakaki?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think
his
first
great gear,
team
too.
all-name.
I love the color.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really fit, but
it's sweet.
It's a fashion statement.
Goodness.
Sorry.
JP hacks up a lung to my right. I hope he's okay.
I think a word got lodged in there somewhere. Had to get it out.
Wouldn't surprise me. Clavin has it. 2.5 and a little bit of change to go. A lot of back and forth here in the last couple minutes as both teams just not getting a firm grasp on the puck. And as soon as I say that, it's kind of misplayed down to Finelli in the right faceoff circle. Reed tries to slap one on, but it's blocked. He has it around back. Shot on, saved Shapiro. That was Wilkins looking for the goal. Played off the board, sweet play. Riccitelli fires. Shouldered up and out of play, 2:05 left. Good double save there from Shapiro. And again, you know, he's let in 10 goals, but some of them, there's no saving.
No, it's just been South Carolina imposing their will.
Yeah.
Frankly, I mean, they came out in this third period looking to make a statement. They have. You know, they still got to play hard and you know, seal this one away with 2:04 to go. But a definite, I mean, rocket of a period to head into the break.
Yeah, I mean, you've scored 6 goals and there's still 2 minutes left. Coastal does seem to control the faceoff, but they can't clear it. There's Riggins. Pass deflected in the middle. Couple big hits. List has it shot. Save Shapiro. Marvin with it under a minute 45. Cross-ice pass. List again. Shot. Save Shapiro. Sprawled out. 2 great saves from the Chanticleer goalie. Denies the senior day goal.
I mean, that's tough.
I mean, hey, you got to think. You got a minute 37 left. There's one objective for South Carolina hockey, JP. You want to enlighten the viewers on what that is?
Well, I mean, you just got to get List one. All right, you know, and he's had, you know, 2 great opportunities. I'm sure he's perfectly fine with the win.
Of course, of course. Hey, and you know what? He has seen a lot of them. Again,
Yes,
a guy that has probably been here for what you can maybe call the golden age of cock hockey. I mean, saw the national championship. Not only saw it, was a key part. Let's not understate that. But I mean, just a monumental piece of this team. And, you know, looking to call his number one last time. It's a pass over to List in the right faceoff circle. Gets just by him with a minute 15 left. South Carolina's still with it, though. It's Feldman. Just goes off the post. Looks like it went off the side and the top. Feldman gets it back. Centering pass for List. Deflected away. Hoover gets it over to Riggins. They're going to cycle through and have to touch up. Under a minute now. Hoover lost it on the boards. Turnover. Coastal has it. They enter the offensive zone. Backhanded shot. Papadopoulos gets it away. It's left out in front. Pacheco, no goal.
No, yeah, played with a high stick.
Immediate no call there for the high stick. And you know what? A nice change that it was called quick. You know, we didn't have to.
That was a quick whistle. And, you know, Papadopoulos hugging, I believe that's Dunphy. You know, just kind of like, hey, we kind of got away with one there.
Yeah, definitely. You'll take that for sure. Papadopoulos knocks another away. Zach List has it. As the crowd gets into sending Coastal Carolina home, Feldman through the legs of a defender. Forehand backhand.
And it'll be a penalty coming up to Coastal Carolina. He got taken down from behind there.
Yeah. 29.3 seconds. Okay, so we might have lost camera for the stream, just keeping y'all in the loop here. Hey, we're used to calling a radio broadcast.
That's true.
Hey, would you please stick with us here?
For 29.3.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, the attic gives, the attic takes. So
Yeah, we don't have the greatest setup here. 10-5, South Carolina leads it. They have a 5-goal lead, 29.3, and they have a power play. Tommy Marvin with it. Gets it fired on to Shapiro. He deflects it to the side. Hoover has it. 20 seconds.
Liss got a deflection on that.
Marvin has it. Bounces out. Hoover unable to keep it in. Papadopoulos will come up. The Gamecocks got one more chance. Marvin has it. Find Riggins, far side. Diving pass. They get it to List off the post as time expires.
No!
Oh, it's a Papadopoulos falls to his knees.
No!
They couldn't get the senior night goal for Zach List. Oh.
Oh, that's the loudest post ring I think I've heard.
The Plex went silent, and it just sounded like somebody, you know, dropped a stack of quarters. I mean, just the
That's
clank
the quietest
of
I've
metal.
ever heard it after a rousing victory. I mean,
Yeah.
oh, that's tough. List had it. But hey,
Hey, that's not the
gets
story of the game.
The story of the game is the Gamecocks with List at, you know, willing them back into this one. A great come from behind victory.
And that sounds weird, JP, but let's not forget, you know, we've seen 15 goals, but Coastal scored the first two. They were up 2-0 early in the first. South Carolina responded, going up 3-2. After the second, it was 4-4. But it all happened in the third. South
Hey, oh my
Carolina
God.
with 6 goals. Coastal adding 1. It was a 10-5 victory for the Gamecocks here. And let's just confirm with our tech team, we're at no camera right now. That's okay. We won't do an on-camera post-game show, JP. But we're not going to make the fans wait any longer. We're
Yeah,
going to
we'll
wrap this right here
Yep.
now. Again, just want to say thank you to our tech team, Grace Weismantel, Reece Nolting, Mary Des Parker, Caroline Smith. Thank them for all they do because, again, we wouldn't have this without them. Want to thank all the viewers for tuning in. JP, you got anything else before we send them to bed?
A great performance from South Carolina, a valiant performance from Coastal Carolina as these two squads will return to their respective towns, go home for Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Absolutely. Again, just want to, you know, I thought about it today. We had our last day in senior semester today in the J school. But we talked about it earlier, JP, and I think one man said it best. That's Johnny Cash. We'll leave it to the man in black. We'll meet again in a new year. 2025 is around the corner. We aren't going anywhere. We will see you in January. Happy holidays. Be safe. Enjoy it. Good night from us, everybody.